didn't ask. I said.
Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Directors of the Golden Rain Foundation of Laguna Woods, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation, Tuesday, October 3rd, 9:30 in the boardroom. And the first thing I request that you all do is make sure that your cell phone is either off or on silent. The second thing I'd like you to do, anybody who's enjoying a beverage, we have tops for the cups. This is our 5th month in our new boardroom, and we're trying to keep it nice, and spilled coffee is not a benefit to the carpet. So if you do not have a cap on your cup, they're over there, and we'd appreciate you using those. All right, today we are using speaker cards, and those cards were made available to you as you entered the room. And on the speaker card, it says, only members may speak. Excuse me. A member in United is a shareholder. And a member in Third is the legal owner of a condominium who has been approved by the board. A leasee or a tenant is not a member. And the Davis-Sterling Act, which is what we are governed by, all HOAs in this state operate under Davis-Sterling. So the only people who speak at board meetings are members. So if anybody has any doubt of whether you're a member or not, you would be the person that gets to vote in an election of your board. So I hope everybody's clear on that. And I have a sad thing to announce this morning, and that is that a very active member of this community passed away last night, and that is Denny Welch. And we also, a couple of weeks ago, lost Steve Dickens, who is the husband of the Third Mutual Board president and the brother-in-law of our secretary, Joanne. So if we could take just a couple of moments to remember both of those people. All right, thank you. And now I'll ask Director Beckett to please make the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Emily, are you here? Okay, great. Can we get her a seat? All right, Emily represents the Globe.
Mr. Chair, just for the people in the other two overflow rooms, we welcome them here, and they will have a chance to speak. They need to fill out a blue card, provided that they're member owners. And what our corporate secretary here, Leslie, is going to do is she's going to call the speaker and two people on deck. So that will give them time to come over, and the officers will let them in.
Thank you, Lori. Okay, I'd like to, we're also, besides have Emily from the Globe, we have Village Television. We're obviously on air. And I'd like to see approval of the agenda, please. All right. It was moved by Director Skirkle and seconded by Director De Lorenzo. Okay, any comment? Director Beckett?
Thank you, Mr. President. We have two items on the calendar today, on the agenda, that concern the set-top boxes. One's on the consent calendar, and one's the first up on the new business. I think it's better to discuss those two items together since they are so closely related. So for that reason, I'd like to take off the one item on the consent calendar. Thank you.
All right, so we need to move that to 11A, 13A. 13A. So 11A is going to be included in 13A. All right, everybody good with that? Any other adjustments to the agenda? Richard? Do you have your microphone on? Do you have your microphone on?
I'd like to have two items, or one item switched. Item 13D, the room rental rates moved up to A.
All right, is there any objection to moving 13D? And we'll leave it at 13D, but we'll take it ahead of A. How's that?
Thank you.
Everybody good with that? All right. Okay, so the agenda is approved as corrected and amended. And we actually have a voting screen, so proceed to vote. And remember, you know you have voted if the box gets smaller and you see the little blip. All right. Well, we should have 10, there should be 10. Oh, Ray just left. Okay, that would be 9. 8. Okay, technology is wonderful when it works. And the other thing that I'd like to remind the directors of, if your screen goes blank or dark, if we haven't been using it for a while, it goes to sleep. So if you just tap it, it'll probably come back. Okay. All right, so the agenda is so approved. Now we're.
Are you approving the agenda, Ray?
Yes.
Okay,
And so it would be
unanimous. Okay, now we're on item 6, which is approval of the minutes of the meeting of September 5th. 5.
I so move.
All right.
Second.
All right, it was moved by Director De Lorenzo and seconded by Director Perrick. Any discussion on the minutes? Director Beckett.
Thank you, Mr. President. On agenda item 5A, page 13 of 13, under director's comments, it says, Director Beckett commented that to his knowledge, the reserve funds have never been audited. I'd like to add the following words. And Director Beckett called for an audit of GRF's reserve funds. Thank you.
He said he called for an audit. Joanne?
And
I have no one on my
Okay.
speakers list.
mine is simply that on directors present on the minutes, I'm credited with being present and absent simultaneously. And
It's a good trick if you can do it.
I work magic, so I think I need to be removed. Thank you, from present.
Okay, Joan Millman.
I have a few small scriveners which I'll check with you on after the meeting, Leslie. We don't need to go through them now.
All right, so I'm assuming that we can now vote on the approval of the minutes.
Okay. I don't have a screen to vote.
No, none of us do. It's coming, I think. Are we going to get a screen? Okay.
Can we say who first and seconded? I'm sorry, I'm doing 5 things over here. That's what I
Perrick
thought.
second.
And
Perrick
Perrick,
second.
okay. Thank you. Okay, your voting screen should be up. Thank you.
Okay,
There we go.
there you go. All right, so the minutes are approved. 8 in favor, 1 absent.
Oh, we got Director Gross. Director Gross, did you vote?
No, I did. And I'd like to point out that Leslie is here today as a substitute, our new GRF board secretary, who we announced last month, who is doing great, had an accident over the weekend. So she slipped and fell, so she'll be back with us. But thank you, Leslie. We'll try and make it easy. You picked a wonderful day. Okay, report of the chair. Good morning, and I'd like to give you an update on some of the issues we dealt with at last month's meeting. First of all, the dog park. GRF signed a memorandum of understanding with the City of Laguna Woods. And probably that's going to mean that the dog park will be entirely on GRF property, not on Third Mutual property. And staff is working very closely with the City of Laguna Woods to deal with this project. Pickleball, the preliminary site plan came back from the City of Laguna Woods, and I signed the conditions of approval. We had construction documents delivered to staff last Thursday. Those are being reviewed by our staff, will be returned to the consultant for corrections, and then will be submitted to the city for plan check. Simultaneously, the bid process is ongoing. Lawn bowling. A contract has been signed with the Australian firm. The fabric is on order, and the projected beginning of construction is late October. The next thing that affects this board is GRF elections. And we have 6 candidates for 4 3-year positions, and they are Joanne DiLorenzo, Catherine Freshley, James Juhan, Jim Matson, Bert Moldow, and Annette Sabol-Soule. All of these come from Third Mutual, so the GRF board will be 100% Third Mutual. All have previous, past, or current board experience. Since members, you, do not vote for GRF, only the corporate members vote for those GRF positions. And the corporate members are the directors of United, the directors of Third, and Mutual 50. So those 27 people are the ones who determine which of these people will be seated on the GRF board. So if you have opinions, the best thing to do is to voice your feelings to any of those directors who vote. And a good opportunity to do that is this coming Thursday at 9 a.m. in this room. Third Mutual has its annual meeting. And next Tuesday, October 10th at 9:30 in this room, United Mutual has its annual meeting. I'm very pleased that regardless of who wins, GRF will be in good hands. And I now would like to turn over to Lisa Bender, our VMSI director. There you are.
Yeah, I had an accident a few weeks ago, too. Good morning. I'm Lisa Bender, a member of the VMS board. And I know you all didn't show up to hear this, but I'm glad to have the opportunity to educate you about our board. We are a 9-member board appointed by the mutuals in GRF, and I am one of the 3 appointees of GRF. Our function as a board is to provide oversight to VMSI management and all issues related to the employees. We continually benchmark issues such as compensation, benefits, monitor IT development, organization design issues, legal and ethical concerns, union contracts, and improvements to customer service. We meet twice a month and operate by Robert's Rules of Order. We have a fixed agenda, and members from the other boards regularly attend our meeting. We use our closed sessions to deal with personal and legal matters. We meet with senior staff on a rotating basis where they present the activities they are working on, their success, and what roadblocks exist to progress being made. The strategic plan was developed between the senior directors and the VMS board, and it has 60 items under 5 goals. And I'm not going to go through the 60 items, but I'm going to go through top level goals and some of the activities that are associated with each of those goals during this last period of time. The goals are exemplary customer service, facilitating efficient operations, provided a safe community, transparent communications, and becoming an employer of choice. Under customer service recently, there are several innovations that have been occurring. The first phase of the new website has been rolling out, but not yet completed, as all rollouts not without glitches. The primary focus has been on new resident information and realtor items. Club News also has a new format, and assistance has been provided by the staff to help transfer information to the new site, and yet there are still glitches going on. New programming on Village TV, formerly known as TV6, has started including recent movies from the widescreen. I think Superwoman this week. I wasn't interested, but maybe some
Last
people are.
night.
Last night, okay, yeah. And so check out all the movies and the new programming that has been going on. We have, everything from Trading Post to Thrive to Club News. And if you're lucky, you get to see Brad once a week as he provides his updates on TV6. Customer service training is continuing recently with the recreation staff, and I think it's planned for the gate ambassadors. I lost the date on that. Okay, but we also recently launched a survey about handyman services that went to all residents. Over 1,000 members responded positively to having a handyman service available for a yearly charge for items like hanging pictures, changing your mattresses over, testing of your appliances, adjusting sliding glass doors, which I have had to pay plenty for handyman services for that. And so given the positive response, more work is now being done to research the best business model, talking to other communities who provide these services, and to learn about their experiences. And it's being done by the M&C committees kind of right now. More in the future, but I just want to remind everybody, this does not replace or negate any services you are already offered by your mutuals. Under efficient operations, this past summer into now, there's been business planning process that has been led to a completed budget for the community using a Microsoft tool, MS Forecaster. That's one of the investments that has been made. The time and hours needed to complete the budget process has been greatly reduced from what it was in previous years. The new budget shows a slight increase in staffing, particularly in compliance, where I think the number of compliance is 300% more than it has been, something like that, right? And in water intrusion. Also, the monthly financials will be available on the web for a member perusal soon, so that it's part of the transparent communications and can see how we're operating. I continue to call in any of these talks for Dwelling Live. We still need to get people enrolled on Dwelling Live. That's an application where you can invite your own guests in online and manage that instead of calling the security line or the gate clearance line, which still continues to operate, but it's much easier to do with Dwelling Live. And recently there's been the installation of a broadband antenna, which is I don't know, up there someplace. Okay, that's led to faster broadband speeds at no additional cost. See it up near the RV parking lot, which is also being refurbished at this time as well. Okay, on to landscaping has been a topic of much discussion. There have been laudatory messages for our team, but also much disappointment expressed as well. Moving from the drought of many years to the abundance of rain that we've had has caused a proliferation of growth in our plantings and has caused some labor issues for our landscaping staff to attend to all of it. Additional teams are under contract. You might have seen people working on the weekends, and some supervisory adjustments have been made, and hopefully we'll regain ground by the end of October. Okay, a safe community, preparation for gate installations at all other entrances are ongoing and all gates installed within 2 years. And Chief Moy is in here. Hi. Okay, our security head recently received a prestigious award from the American Red Cross for disaster preparedness. Beyond the typical emergency plan, it included communications, social services, and partnerships with our local utilities. It went above and beyond, and thank you, Tim. Okay. And I see we have a volunteer here as the neighbor captain, and I'm going to suggest that you consider being part of volunteering to a building or block plan. There's a training program tomorrow at 11 a.m. with Chief Moy in Clubhouse 7. And there's also, that's today? Oh, I got to go. No. There'll also be a great shakeout exercise in October. Okay. Then there's the Village Prees, our YouTube channel for transparent communications, and I mentioned seeing Brad. The last goal, employer of choice, just a couple of items. Unemployment is still at an all-time low in Orange County, and we are still having trouble recruiting staff. We have put all job openings for residents and non-residents online, and there is a referral program for employees, and there's also a referral program for residents if they make a referral of an employee that eventually gets hired. Last thing I'll just talk about is Dayforce software, which is an application that provides employee self-service for benefit and payroll. From now on, there will only be electronic payment of payroll, or you will receive a debit card. There'll be no checks cut for people kind of individually. This should increase efficiency and encourage maybe some of our employees to do more electronic banking. Okay, so I want to thank you for your time and attention. And John talked about upcoming changes in the board. And I want to encourage everybody that's here, because I think it's great to see such a crowd of folks being involved. But I'd also like you to encourage you to be involved all year round. Think about considering positions for the board. Think about being advisors to the board. Thinking about being involved in this way, not just on one issue. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, the next item on our agenda is item number 8, the report of our CEO, Brad Hudson.
Thank you, Honorable President, members of the board. It's always a pleasure to address you in our community. There's a lot of things going on. I'll start with some of the things that Lisa just talked about, Dwelling Live. Last month we hit 3,000 entries for the month. That was our highest. That would give us about 36,000, 37,000 for the year. Our goal ultimately is to have 100,000 gate entries come through Dwelling Live. So we're a third of the way there. Currently, we get about 360,000 phone calls a year for gate entry. That's out of a total number of calls of 1.2 million. So it's a pretty big chunk of our business. If we can divert some of that to Dwelling Live format, I think we can be much more efficient. Lisa mentioned compliance. In 2015, we did 1,800 cases. In 2016, with no additional staff, we did 4,000 cases, and we're anticipating close to 5,000 this year. So it's a big focus, particularly of the housing mutuals. The kinds of things we run into are nuisance, whether that be noise, smoking, clutter, those sorts of things. Those are the biggest complaints that we get and constitute the bulk of the issues. Illegal occupancy. We have folks who have underage people living in their manor. We get a lot of cases like that too. So big focus of the mutuals. This is the time of year that we start focusing on certain types of repairs, and one of them is pools. And I know people get excited when their pool goes down, but we have 2, 4, and 5 that are scheduled for repair during this winter, and so you'll anticipate probably in November we'll start taking some of those out of operation and do some modest repairs there. It's also a good time to do heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. We have major projects at clubhouses 1, 4, and 6, and so you'll start seeing that happen too. We want to get it before it's why it's not hot and before it gets too cold. So we'll be attacking some of that. Many of you have noticed the gatehouses at 8 and 9 under construction. 8 was just finished, 9 is currently under construction, and those are really taking care of the dry rot and the basic systems, electrical, plumbing, air conditioning, lighting, and getting those ready to accept the gate arm project, which will come next year. We also have a lot of maintenance starting at clubhouses as well. 5 has some carpet and mold issues. Clubhouse 1, the art gallery and card room are scheduled for kind of a redo. They're in pretty bad shape. Clubhouse 7 has a number of flooring and window covering issues. Historical Society roof and HVAC there as well. And then Village Greens, we're doing some paint and carpet and some furnishings there as well. There's many other things, but a lot of clubhouse maintenance going on. Some of you may be aware we had a couple of sinkholes, one in maintenance and one over on Via Mariposa in the 2274 area. And so we are addressing those as best we can. A lot of times you think there's a water leak or something, and then you dig it up and there's no water leak. It's just a soils condition. And so we're filling those up and putting concrete in there and stabilizing those conditions, and we'll keep an eye on it as we move forward. You may have noticed a lot more concrete work out there. Concrete repairs, taking care of uneven sidewalks. We have some new supervision in that crew. When I first arrived here, we were working on 2013 repairs, service requests by residents. So we've cleaned up that entire backlog, and we're entirely in 17 now. We expect in the next 2 or 3 weeks to have all the repairs for concrete up to speed. And so it's you'll see them out there. They're working pretty hard. And I was driving around yesterday, noticed a lot of new concrete out there in various locations, and we probably missed a lot, and maybe even you didn't report it something because you weren't sure we would actually do it. So now's the time. We have some capacity, so if you see some poor concrete in your neighborhood, it'd be a good time to let us know about that. There has been some scuttlebutt, and I can say right now it's entirely untrue about eliminating the PC classroom. I want to make that perfectly clear. We need more activity in the PC classroom, not less. Last year, only 1,600 visits occurred there, whereas 16,000 visits occurred in the lab. So we need to really pump up our PC training. Whether, we've talked about moving some of that space around, probably not going to happen. It's a pretty expensive endeavor to move all those computers around. But we need to get that pumped up. We have 10,000 households here that are on the internet, which is great, but it means we have 2,700 that aren't. I'd certainly like to see staff and the PC Club reach out to those residents and see if we can offer training, equipment, and really broadcast sort of a digital inclusion program where everybody is invited to learn and participate and be a part of this digital revolution that we're in the midst of. So very excited about that. And I just want to let you know that, and we'll be getting a lot of word out about this, but in the Gate 9 area as well as the Gate 5 area, El Toro Water District is going to be starting their reclaimed water. You've probably seen the surveyors out there and people painting things on the road. That's always a pretty good indication that something's coming when there's different color paint on the road, on the sidewalk. And so I've seen them out there. So we'll get a lot of information out to you. My understanding is they want to start in the next month or two in the Gate 9 area and then follow that up maybe 6 months later with the Gate 5 area, which is mainly, I think it's united mainly in Gate 5, not 3rd. It will affect 3rd residents as well, though, who live in the 5-6 area because traffic will be diverted. And then lastly, and again, Lisa covered this a bit, but we did make some changes in landscape management. There's been a lot of discussion about landscape, and there's a number of reasons why we've had some difficulty this late summer and fall. A good part of that is, you know, it hasn't rained much for 5 or 6 years, and so there hasn't been a ton of work for folks to do, and we have downsized that staff a bit. And so that's part of it, along with additional requirements by the Fire Authority and other folks that diverted them. And I think, too, our management techniques have been sort of old school, and I think we need to make a change, and we've done that. And so landscaping is now a division within General Services under the leadership of Bruce Hartley, who also runs our custodial and concrete repair crews. And so I'm very, very excited about his leadership and his ability to really get some efficiency and provide some better service to our residents. So I'm happy to announce that, and I hope all of you will give Bruce your support and give him your phone calls too, please. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Well, Bruce has extensive experience. He has a degree in ornamental horticulture. He's an arborist. He has an MBA. He has extensive experience, mainly in municipal government, the city of Costa Mesa, where he was in charge of all their landscaping, custodial, streets and signs, facilities management, a whole array of services, very similar to what he has here, other than the facilities, maintenance, and construction are under Ernesto. So he's experienced in all those areas and has done a wonderful job so far with our street crews and street and concrete crews, as well as our custodial crews. I've really noticed a huge improvement in our facilities. You can always do more, but it's much, much better, and I'm anticipating that we'll see the same kind of improvements in landscape that we have in our paving and concrete, as well as our custodial crews. So very excited. We also, by the way, he got those duties on Monday, and then we also hired Tom McRae back here. Raise your hand there, Tom. And this is our new director of golf back here, who started a week ago? Week ago, there you go. So he's a week on the job, and
He needs to get into camera sight.
and he's already raising fees. He's only been here a week. Stop it, Tom. Anyway, so we're very happy to have him here. He works for Brian Gruner in the Recreation Department, and he comes to us from Strawberry Farms and a whole bunch of other places. So, Tom, why don't you give us a little something?
Board, thank you again very much for the opportunity. It has been a great week so far. Really wasn't sure what to expect upon coming over after a long career in retail golf. And looking at it, I couldn't be any happier with the situation. The people have been fantastic. The whole setup of the place has just been amazing. You know, I've had an opportunity now to play all the holes out here on the golf course, and you know, really being out there on the golf course, I see a lot. There's no better way to see how an operation runs than actually being out there with the people. Catherine, it's good to see you after a long time. Catherine and I worked together with some EWGA events over at Strawberry Farms back in the day. But yeah, so far it has been great, and I know I have some great plans. I look forward to touring the course with you a little bit to get a better idea. The par 3 course over there is just an amazing place. Underutilized. People should go over there and see it. It is, even if you're not that good of a player, it is a beautiful spot to go out and enjoy some rounds. But I look forward to getting my feet more into it and getting some great changes made and offering some great services to the people of Laguna Woods Village.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So again, last week was a big week for us with some management changes, the addition of Tom, and those are 2 areas that haven't been a big focus for our leadership team, but are areas we're focused on now, and we certainly appreciate the support of your board and the residents as we move forward to make some wonderful improvements in those 2 program areas. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Brad.
Bruce's last name?
McCray.
Tom McCray and Brian Gruner
It's
is the
on the
recreation
agenda.
director. Hartley.
All right, Richard, I saw your name up here earlier. No? Okay, so all directors are good. Okay, now we come to that favorite part of the meeting, particularly today, which is the open forum. And for those of you that are not used to attending these meetings on a regular basis, this is how it works. You turned in a speaker card. What the open forum deals with is items not on the agenda. So if you're here for room rates, that's 13D. So you wait until 13D. If you're here because you want to speak on something other than an item on the agenda, now is the appropriate time, and Leslie has the cards from the people. What I ask, we have your name and Manum number from the card. Well, some people chose not to give us their name. And what happens is we listen to your comments. We do not respond to you individually as you make your comment. We wait until your comments are complete. And then the appropriate board members will address those comments. I ask that you be courteous and that we act like adults. And I don't think we need clapping and booing or hissing or yay. The meeting will go faster, and it's going to be a long day. So I now, Leslie, would you call the first speaker?
First, I'd like to preface that there were a few cards that had no item number particularly to speak on. They didn't put a 9 or any item number. So I put you under 9 for the open forum. If that is not where you wish to speak, please let me know so I can move you under the right item number. So our first 3 up in order is Royce Daniels, then Ken Depp, and then Mr. Sellards. I'm not quite sure. I couldn't pronounce your first name at
Bob.
152C.
It's Bob Sellards.
Okay. Well, it was like an abbreviation and. Okay, so first up is Royce Daniels.
I would like to give Bob Sellers my position and take his. Is that okay? Who are you? Is that okay?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm Royce Daniels.
Well, whatever you do, if we could do it quickly, or
That's
we're going
fine.
to be
If
here
Ken
tonight.
wants to come up first, that's fine.
Bob Sellers.
Or Bob Sellers, I'm
He's
sorry.
the, and then I'll follow. Ma'am.
No, he's going to come up first and
He's
speak
going to come first,
first.
and I will go in his position. You're welcome.
President Parker, directors, good morning. You've heard my name 2 or 3 times now. It is Bob Sellards, okay?
Manor number.
President of the Computer Club. Sorry?
We need your manor number, name and manor.
152C. I had prepared some remarks, which I'm going to have to edit on the fly, Brad, because of your comments. That was news to us. We had our board meeting yesterday. We've been losing sleep over the issue since our meeting on the 14th, you and I. I'd like to proceed with some of the comments I did prepare. And I'd like to pose a couple of questions. The initial meeting with Brad that I had followed the meeting that he had with the MAC Club officers the day prior. It was laid out that there was going to be, there was a proposal, dismantle the MAC Club, dismantle the PC Learning Center, reset the MAC Club in the Learning Center, and PC Learning Center is odd man out. Then there was discussion and a suggestion that the PC workshop is not laid out appropriately. It could be redesigned and accommodate both a classroom and a learning center, and a workshop. Well, there's a number of issues involved in this, and I won't have time at all to get into those, so I will proceed. It's clear there are three entities here, MAC Club, PC Club, and then security was mentioned as needing space. So then there's the call center, which has to be factored in. So I understand it's a juggling act as far as space availability. Today I'm here to request these things. We'd like to have the minutes of whatever meetings led up to the current proposal. We'd like to hold to be placed on any implementation of that proposal. We'd like to be included in a process of discussion, hearing and understanding everyone's needs versus wants, and engage in the negotiation and problem solving that would result in a solution everyone can live with. We're pretty sure that a very large percentage of residents have embraced the computing devices, and you shared a number about the subscribers to broadband, so that just underscores that. But there are very few people now that don't have smartphones, tablets, desktops, laptops. Whether they're Mac or PC, Windows is not the issue. We're all dependent on these things now. There's an ongoing need to learn to master them. Earlier village boards had quite a vision when they designed this community center and made this beautiful space available on the third floor for both the Mac and the PC rooms. The issue of utilization, the number of under 1,700 users for the learning centers being tossed about, and I don't believe it's accurate. We teach courses, not drop-in classes like our friends do in the Mac lab. A course lasts 3, 4, 5 weeks. This number
sorry,
of
Bob,
16,
your time has
1,700
expired.
should be at least doubled, if not tripled. Thank you.
Royce?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Royce Daniels. 5329B is in boy. All right, my original purpose was to come here and plead with you to understand the importance of letting the PC classroom continue in its place. We have a huge number of participants who engage in classes, and I want you to realize that these are taught by volunteers. These people are not being paid. It is being used all year by other things as well. 40 volunteers are trained to prepare taxes without charge to residents of our village. So these people are trained and they prepare taxes for anyone in the village who needs it. Also, it provides free of charge any help to people who want to come and do their own taxes. So this is a valuable thing that is being done. Okay, so we need that PC classroom. I was very happy to hear what you said this morning, that you're going to leave it there. But I want to suggest something else. As all of you have been in business or something like that and dealt with managing and dealt with people who have to make decisions, I am going to ask you, just like Mr. Sellers, Bob, when it comes to something like this, Brad, if the people involved in this change or enhancement were called in beforehand and had a chance to have a discussion about what was going on, perhaps even suggest other avenues to solve the problem, it would be a great help. We are all residents of this community. We all are involved in the goodness that goes on here, as you all do. So I will implore you to please do that from now on. So thank you. I am very happy to hear that our PC classroom will continue. I think it is a very smart idea. Thank you again.
So next up, we have Ken Depp, Doug Gibson, and Daphne Davids. So Ken, if you could please come up. All right, yep.
If your name
Doug,
is
if-
Ken Doobie, it is.
So Doug Gibson, Daphne Davids, and Chris Collins. So you're up, Doug, since the other gentleman is not here, and then Daphne and Chris.
Thank you. Doug Gibson, 5289. Just want to say good morning and thank you for all the members of this board that are here and the work that you put in and the ones that might be back and everything else, plus the other boards, because I think a lot of us don't recognize the amount of time and effort that you put in. So personally, I'm one of your favorite guys for putting in all the time and effort. I'm here primarily to mention that I'm on my way out to go into the training session for the Disaster Task Force Neighborhood Watch meeting that starts at 11 o'clock. You that are on TV, if you want to drop in over at Clubhouse 7 at 11 o'clock, you'll get a little informal of what the Block Captains program is, which is, of course, tied in to the Great Shakeout on October the 19th. We had in our neighborhood a little meeting last night where we got together to discuss the disaster task force, and there were several other things that were discussed. And most of you and the board members that I know what my feeling is concerning the board actions on certain major items. One of the things that came out of the discussion last night, and the reason that I'm here is, as a part of that discussion, is the concurrence of Gate 11 and Gate 10's access, proved on an answer card that we used last night to be one of the major items of the concern of our neighborhood. And so I've got 6 people right now that are very hot as of last night that put input into whatever happens to this configuration. My question to this board is that I understand this is a board that will make that decision, is similar to what was mentioned on the PC Club and my own personal feelings. If the board is going to make that decision, we've got people in our neighborhood that would like to be part of that process too. And I'd be very happy to provide those names. And so I don't know who to direct it to, if it's Ray or Joanne or whatever, but if you'll let me know who to do it, I would appreciate it. And so we would go from there. That's about it. I'm going to go over and do some recruiting and sign up for the Neighborhood Watch and the training session over there for the captains on it. So thank you very much and good luck to everybody that's coming back and the new ones coming on in. Thank you.
Okay, so we have Daphne Davids, Chris Collin, and Lloyd Silverman.
Good morning. I'm here to speak about the need for an online event calendar. The wide array of events available in our village make it unique. The problem is no one knows when they occur. Events are organized by the Recreation Department, clubs, and Saddleback College, amongst others. Events are listed in the Globe, on flyers, via email messages, and on the website. The Globe does not list events in date order, they go in clubhouse order. So an online event calendar will be a solution, and I suggested being graphic format, and we could have periodic printouts for the people that aren't computer literate. And these printouts could be placed in various locations within the community. I have written I've got a write-up here, which I don't really need to go into. It's got sample screens. It's a mini requirement document of the way I would see it. I've got a computer applications background, just to let you know that. and it would really be an advantage for our village. It would, right now on the website, they list all the events, past and future, and the past events aren't being deleted. In this way, you wouldn't have to delete any events, and it's an attraction for future residents, and it's a central location for all events, and it satisfies the needs of those who are computer literate and those who prefer to see events in print. Thanks.
Could refrain from the clapping, please. Thank you.
So we have Chris Collins up next, then Lloyd Silverman, and then Elaine Umis.
It's on.
Chris Collins, 3306Q. Good morning. I'm here representing the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village, and I want to share with you 2 simple emergency care measures that can ensure resident safety and peace of mind. In some instances, they can be life-saving. The first are medical alerts, and the second are care ambulance policies to ensure affordable ambulance transport when a medical crisis occurs. Unfortunately, there are some residents in the village who cannot afford these measures. However, the Foundation believes strongly that access should be provided even to those with financial difficulties. If a resident cannot afford either, but clearly needs help to maintain their independent lifestyle, they have been screened by social services as requiring financial assistance, the Foundation will pay for a medical alert system or a care ambulance policy. If an individual needs help in this regard and is experiencing financial difficulty, please contact social services staff at 949-597-4267 to see if you qualify. We all know that as we age, accidents can become an increasing problem, but a medical alert system can provide a measure of security to maintain independence. In turn, multiple ambulance transports can be very expensive. According to a 2012 report by the U.S. Government Accountability Office, an ambulance ride can range from $224 to $2,204 transport for Medicare beneficiaries. While the CARE program is limited to only emergency transport, a CARE ambulance policy can potentially help with deductibles and copays. For qualifications, please contact social services at 949-597-4267. And for more information about the Foundation, please go to foundationlagunawoodsvillage.org or call 949-268-2246. Thank you so much for your continuing support of the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village.
Okay, so Lloyd Silverman is up, and then Elaine Umis, and then Ed Tao.
Yes, I'm Lloyd Silverman. 5144 is my address. I'm a great enthusiast of ballroom dancing, and there are a great many people.
If you're
here in
discussing
the
room rates, sir, this is not the time.
I'm sorry?
If you're discussing room rates, this is not the time.
Oh, it is not?
No.
Oh,
I will move you to 13D when that item comes up. I will move you down to 13D. 13D is when the item comes up, and then you can speak at that time.
very well.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Elaine Umis is up next, then Ed Tao, and then Mary Stone.
I'm Elaine Humans. I live at 5337A Bahia. I originally came here this morning in support of the PC Club and to discuss the plan to eliminate the PC Learning Center. I'm glad to hear that it's not going to be eliminated now. I do have a question, though. If there is a plan that we will not eliminate it, where is it going to be? So that is my question for Mr. Hudson. And I appreciate that you are going to consider this club. It provides valuable services to this community, especially with the classes are just excellent, and also the program to prepare the tax returns for members of the community. So I thank you for agreeing to not eliminate the center, but I do want to hear what the plan will be. Thank you.
So Ed Dow, you're up, and then Mary Stone, and then Tony Dower. Okay, Ed Dow. Okay, so Mary Stone. Tony Dower, and then Marcy Nero.
Mary Stone, Mary Stone, 356C. First of all, I was so sorry to hear of the passing of Denny Welch. She was a very active member in this community, and she will be sorely, sorely missed. And I would like to thank the directors who will be leaving the board for their years of service. And I would like to remind the mutual directors of their responsibility as corporate members to elect GRF directors who will be responsible to the community as a whole, not just to a particular mutual or to any special interest group. The corporate members also have the responsibility of overseeing the activities of GRF as members of GRF committees. I'm sad that United will not have any representation on the GRF board.
Speak at the RV lots, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so next is Tony Dower. And then Marcy Nero, and then I believe it's Juan Lesick.
John, and it's 13D for me. Good morning. My name is Tony Dower, 96C, Caliaraga. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for keeping the senior games going, even though they're a lot longer this year than they were last couple of times. I mean, later in the year. Also, myself and about 200 friends a week play billiards in Clubhouse 3. And I'm very disappointed to discover that you're going to have an analyst probably do what you want by turning that into another rehearsal room, which I hope doesn't happen, because 200 friends play there every week. We have friends Monday morning. The ladies play Monday night. The guys and ladies play Wednesday night 9-ball. And we have a lot of fun there. Also, forget all those letters complaining about landscaping. If people got a problem with landscaping, call up the landscaping and tell them what your problem is. Don't write letters to the editor. What good does that do? Finally, cable boxes. I have been here since 2006. I paid rent, I think it's $25 a month, and I could have probably bought the cable box 2 times over. How come you're making money on residents by renting them stuff that have been paid for by the rental fees? Eventually, we should be able to own that and not have to do it. I would hope your mantra would be, for room rentals or anything else, that you do not charge money to make money on the residents here. Just charge money for expenses. I've heard some people say they're going to be paying triple the expenses. I was president of a coin club that went out of business because we couldn't afford the room rates. It was much beyond what they were supposed to be. Also, I'd like to say we're going to be having a holiday next Monday for some reason, Columbus Day. You're still celebrating that guy? He caused measles and other stuff? Why don't you take a day off around Christmas time instead of next Monday? That'd be much more valuable. Okay, how can I beat that? See you later.
So Marcy is up next, then John, and then Carol Feldman.
John is going to be 13D.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Good morning, I'm Marcy Nuro. I'm at 845, N like Nancy. I'm here to speak about the PC and Mac situation. I understand we have a resolution to that coming. We do need those rooms. The Mac Club has invested some time and money and a lot of work into getting some new things set up for our classes. And the PC Club, of course, I'm kind of working on both sides right now. I do some work for each club. And I do take the classes in both, and we do need to have that space. I can appreciate that you want to relocate some other departments into this building, but it would be such a huge expense for you to redo everything for the clubs up there, plus the parking situation. Security must have a ton of vehicles besides their personal cars for coming to work. I don't really see how this is going to be real efficient for us. So I'm just hoping that you'll take into consideration how much all that third floor computer access means to the village, and that it's pretty upsetting to have been just sort of excluded from any discussion about it. Thank you so much.
Okay, so next up is Carol Feldman, Roberta Burke, and then 3399A.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carol Feldman. I'm 695Q. I've lived here 20 years. I moved in when I was a very small person. Anyhow, it was a happy place. There was no, people are so upset and so uptight now about everything. I mean, it's like, everybody's like, well, what's going to happen? It's horrible. It's horrible. I just want to mention a few things I wrote down, and so I'm going to go quick. The gate, when we have those arms, electric arms, the people that come out from the little houses that look at people with the electric arms that stop, people are passing by on the right-hand side. It says residents, but you got more people going through there than just residents. That's number one. You're blacktopping everything now that's new. Whatever happened since 20 years ago that more lighting on the streets? I think that's really an important thing.
Too much.
Okay. What's going on with the charges from $2,500 to $5,000 now when you want to sell your house? You guys are nickel and diming us to death. The item about selling our homes when we pass away to our children, if your children are under 55, they have to sell the house. Why can't they rent it out? There's so much put on these renters. People say, well, the renters are bad. Well, I have 3 friends who rented here for 6 months, or whatever, and now they're owners. Were they bad when they were renters? But now that they're owners, they're good. So that's another one. Let's see. The tax preparation is a really big thing, and I'm glad that you're keeping the PC so that the tax preparation can continue. Not that I get very much back, but $2 is not too bad. Let's see. I think Ms. Royce, the lady that spoke earlier about us making decisions on things that really affect us, we hear that something's going to happen. They're going to build a new building or redo the building, and everybody's saying, oh, we don't need it. It's fine. Just fix the toilets. The toilets are bad. You don't have to tear down the whole building. And then before we blink our eyes, it's already starting to be built for $4 or $5 million. It's getting out of hand. People are losing their homes. I mean, I just turned 80, and I just stopped working. So, yeah, I'm 80 years old. Thank God I made it to this time. But anyhow, it's, if you have a certain income, you have no other way of getting money. And so it's just, it's ridiculous. There's so many homes who are going into foreclosure. It's so sad that, I'm out of time.
Yes, you are.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And just wonder why the Globe is printing. If you get pregnant, call us.
Roberta Burke, and then 3399A and 4024B.
Before you start, Roberta, I actually thought I was going to get off this dais as president and not see you again.
Truthfully, I wanted to bid you adieu. I would have waited till the next meeting. Those New Yorkers caused trouble, not with you. You caused trouble with me.
I'm from New Jersey.
With the lights, and I apologize. I want to thank, most of you know that I was very much in favor of the change from what we had to what we now have. our own service center. I am grateful to all of you, to staff and to the boards, for a lot of the changes that have been made, and most of them are pretty noticeable, although I might find fault with the order in which certain things are done, but that's human nature. We were told, or the thoughts were, when we made this change, that we would function more like a city and we would be saving money because we wouldn't have to be shelling out money to PCM any longer. Although I'm aware, I'm here 18 some odd years, and I'm aware of a lot of the neglect that took place, I don't understand why everything has to be changed and fixed and done all at one time, especially when we consider the kinds of fees and changes in maintenance that we are having now. I think it's really an important thing for all of you. Today is a great day if you want to answer it today, because so many people are watching and so many people are here, to explain to us what the thoughts are and what is going on, that suddenly, with all the talk with the changes, that we now have so much more additional fees. I'm not involved in that, but I think it's important for us to have an understanding, because most people are just walking out of their units and they're looking and they're seeing overgrown stuff and complaining, well, now look, they're raising the rates. So I think it's important to the functioning of this community if you did, in fact, open up honestly and give us some kind of an explanation. The other issue about becoming a city. My understanding was we were going to become a city in the way in which we function. But in real life, cities are very distant from the people that they serve. This is not a city, although it's a very large community. This is a community and a neighborhood of senior residents. You're our neighbors, we're your neighbors. The people who work in the cities, although they're doing a good job, don't necessarily have that individual kind of feel. And what I tend to see happening on the board level, because that's who you're responsible to us. On the board level, on all boards, I see a slow change taking place in an attitude and an atmosphere that distances all of you from us in the way in which you're making all of these changes in money. And so I'm hoping, I should be doing this at the next meeting when there are all new board members. I hope two things. I hope that you explain to us why all this is going on and all these fee increases. And I hope that you stop and think when you're making all these changes that we all have needs, and your responsibility, although financial, is also to trying to meet our needs at this last third or quarter of our lives. Thank you.
So 3399A is our next speaker, and then 4024B, 4023A, and 20Q.
Good morning. Yeah, I did it. I'm the person who put the number, and I did it because there's a law. I know we kind of avoid those laws, but we need to be aware of them and obey them. We start avoiding them
Carol
and
Moore.
changing the rules. I'm stopping, then you need to start over if you're going to take my time. Are you going to? Or do I get to speak? I don't know how this works. Thank you to each of the GRF directors for taking the time to serve on the board. I appreciate your service. You are my neighbors, and you are my neighbors. All of us are neighbors, and I think she mentioned it quite clearly what the problem is. You know, if you play a sport, one of the things you have to do is keep your eye on the ball. And I don't think we were doing that. Somehow our eye got off the ball, and we saw what happened. And so there's an analogy. All the concerns that have been voiced, just ditto. I'm introducing a different one. As you may recall, the first resolution for this facilities fee was 901187. That was September 6, 2011. Then there was another one, 9011118, and so forth. But the issues that I want to bring forth on that, the demand for money is just, we're looking everywhere, under rocks. Keep your wallets with you at all times. In that statement, it said that whereas the trustees of the Golden Rain Foundation, the board of directors of the Golden Rain Foundation is required to maintain and improve the recreation and other amenities available to all residents of Laguna Woods Village. And then it goes on, and that to ensure the continuation of the amenities, not building new, continuation. The amenities fees will be a fixed amount. What I am seeing is not a fixed, I'm seeing different amounts. And I am questioning what you have done with the facilities fee, which was, remember, this is the shared cost concept. And the shared cost concept is that we all paid the same. And so I'm asking you to check this because I question the legality of doing what you have done. And please do think about your neighbors. Do not distance yourself. You are our neighbors. We live next door to most of you. Just because you came in here and now there's this, it didn't change anything. Please think of your neighbors when it comes to the room rates, when it comes to the PC club, all of those clubs. I could name a half dozen. I won't because we don't have time. Please think of them. They have rights too. Thank you.
Okay, so up next, 4024B, then 4023A, and then 20Q, and then Susie Kane.
Good morning. My name is Craig Wayne, 4024B. I'd like to thank each of you for being on the board. I know it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, so we sincerely appreciate that. But I too have some concerns relating to expenses and actions that have been taken. We read in the paper the RV club will now have to pay 100% of the costs. You know, why do we have this? Why are some clubs subsidized by millions? And we know this is true. We can look at the budget book and see for ourselves these numbers. Why are some being forced from meeting rooms and some even forced to pay their entire cost? Why are we are not the only HOA with RV and boat parking? Yet in the paper, one of the directors said RV club is lucky to have that service. Why are they lucky? Are we lucky to have swimming pools? Are we lucky to have golf? Probably, but that isn't what we're hearing. What we are seeing is discrimination among groups, with some subsidized and others charged outrageous fees. Why? What happened to the shared cost concept? Are there things to be fixed, repaired, and maintained? Of course. Is GRF using the money sensibly? Good question. It does not appear to be true. Instead of focusing on the amenities we have, GRF appears to have lost interest in those and instead is pursuing new, shiny objects. Please spend our money wisely. Thank you.
Could we have your last name, please, sir?
Wayne, Craig Wayne.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 4023A, 20Q, and then Susie Kane.
Good morning, Darlene Backus, 4023A. I want to say thanks to all of you. You do a great job, and I know it's not easy. There's one thing that I would like to remind all of you. This entire community appears to have taken a change, and it's not a homeowners. I think we're forgetting that this is a non-profit homeowners association. And I think that needs to be said over and over again to you, a non-profit homeowners. This is our home. We didn't move here to go into business. I too have a number of concerns relating to expenses and actions that have been taken. The GRF income of about $29 million from assessments approximately equals the expenses. There is additional income in the form of transfer fee, and GRF reserves are to cover known expenses. When GRF spends money on expenses that were never approved, such as many vehicles and over-the-top expenditures on boardroom, and then additional money must be obtained. These are just examples, but with only 3 minutes, I conclude by pointing out that the clubs are being nickeled and dimed to make a shortfall due to expenditures that are not supported by the residents. The clubs are the backbone of our community, yet we are finding activities that do not reflect this community.
This is a retirement community. It's not a college, it's not a sorority, it's not a fraternity, it's our home. This is a homeowners nonprofit association. Many tower, for example, how many Towers residents or members on this board plan to participate by riding the Bronco riding machine, which is a part of our coming hoedown at the stables? Please rescind the increased room rate fees for the many clubs that serve our community and return to a recreational policy that supports our current clubs and does not compete with them. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, so up next is 20Q and then Susie Kane. And then we're finished with open forum.
Thank you very much and give me a chance to talk our wishes. I'm Anna Chen. My member number is 20Q. And we have 6 members together rent rehearsal room 2017. We practice ballroom. We learned from
Ma'am, if you're talking about...
I'm not a rate.
You're talking about room rates.
No, I'm
You're
not talking room rate. Yeah. And we rent our room and we're very happy to practice there. Then this year, September 3rd, we go there, renew our room. Then 4:30, we stay in the gate.
You're talking about room rates.
Not rates. I'm not talking about rates. And then we went there, it's 4:30. With door open, we are very early to rent. Then that room and the Saddleback College take all schedule away because we think we are dancing, we need a mirror. And the Saddleback College and another some reason, if they take a mirror room and we don't have no chance to have good practice, then the wish is or can relocate some activities no need a mirror room, or put some room more mirrors. We don't fighting for this mirror room because dancing practice need a mirror. This is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about rate. Also, I put there 13D for rate 2. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Okay, and Susie Kane, you are up. And our last speaker for open forum.
Hi, I'm Susie Kane, 2243E. I'm here to speak to the issue of abandoning our PC clubs. I mean, I really just heard about this morning and I was outraged. Our community is trying valiantly to communicate with all of our members, and technology is an important way of doing so. The problem basically is many of our residents are not familiar with email and YouTube and even Facebook. And these are important means of communication, and they can learn these skills at the computer club. And I just advocate strongly that they be allowed to stay as is. I've been well served by them personally, and I know other members of the community have felt confident when there's a glitch or a problem or help is needed learning a new program that they're there to help us. And I think it's a very important component of our community. And I'm outraged that it's going to be denied our residents who really, really need to learn how to use the computer more effectively. Thank you.
Okay, I am assuming that member comments have concluded. And I would like to turn the response first to Brad.
Yikes. Okay, in terms of total transparency here, I'll lay this out for everyone. There have been no meetings. There have been really no serious discussions that I've been engaged in having anything to do with the PC Club. So what happened? Well, the Mat Club folks made an appointment to come see me, and they said, hey, we hear you're taking some of our space. Is that true? And I said, well, of course that's not true. We don't have any interest in your space. And they went on. Well, about 2 weeks later, a couple of my staff members come in and say, you know, we hired this consultant to look around, and they were looking at this Mac room space. I said, you got to be kidding me. These guys were just here. I promised them we're not looking at their space. Well, we're just looking at this little corner space over here. They won't hardly miss it. I said, oh, my God. So I called the Mac folks up and I said, you better come back down. And so I told them what was going on, and we chatted a little bit about what might be possible. I thought, well, I better call the PC guys up too, because they're looking at the whole thing. So there was never any plan. This was an outside consultant that was looking at the space of the building, looking at downstairs, they're looking at the second floor, they're looking at the third floor. And so there were no meetings. There is really no interest. I did explore it with Bob a little bit on some maps to see if maybe something could be done, but the cost of moving all that stuff, even though it's very inefficiently laid out, it's a horrible layout out there, but I don't believe that the cost of relocating all those computer connections would justify the small amount of space you might glean from it. So again, there's no plan, there's never been a plan, there's never been a conspiracy, there's no secret. It was really just a consultant looking at the building and my staff people letting me know, hey, this might be a possibility, and me having to backtrack, mainly with the MAC folks, who I assured we're not looking at your space, and in fact, the consultant was looking at it. So there are no proposed changes. If folks are interested in such a thing or changing that, I'm willing to entertain that, but we have no budget allocated to move a bunch of computers around and build new walls on the third floor. So I just want to make that clear. No plan, no conspiracy, just a little fuddling around. And I apologize that you would even have to come down for such a thing.
All right. Other director comments to, okay, now I now have, good, we have a request to speak. Okay, Judith, you're first.
Okay, first I'll respond to our Mayor Pro Tem, Carol Moore. You are a leader of our community, and I know you understand the necessity for following rules, and I apologize you were interrupted, but someone appeared that did not recognize you, which I was surprised, just asked who you were, and so we didn't mean to interrupt you. We were just talking about who you were so we can write down the name. So those rules are very important, and I compliment you that you're going to be our mayor next year. And then Roberta Burke, talk about spending more transparency. We're constantly working on that. Beth may talk about that because she's communications. And you talk about us, why are we spending so much more money this year? Is why this board's spending so much money? Well, in response to what someone else said, we're not spending money on clubs. We have union wages that go up every year. We have employee wages that go up every year, contractors, subcontractors, utilities. Those are all operating expenses that go up every year. Those are in 8 factors that go up, and we have no control over. So we have to pay those higher wages. So yes, we've had to raise some increase of room rates, which we'll talk about later, and they'll go into detail about that. But as far as why we're spending so much money, a lot hadn't been done in several years, and a lot of it was emergency work that has to be done for safety reasons. So unfortunately, we can't tell you every little detail of everything that's constantly on this project log, but there's like 52 major projects going on at any one time, and everything costs money. So, and I just want to mention to Doug Gibson, thank you for being a volunteer. I think he left and went over to the class for the disaster preparedness class, and the mutual does not, or there was a mutual item someone mentioned, and I think it's Carol Feldman. And so, and then there was one other person that had the same concern that said, we were subsidizing clubs. We don't subsidize clubs. What we subsidize are, again, the operating costs for the whole community and things that run the clubhouses and run the equestrian center and run the golf courses and run the bridge center. But it's not the clubs that we are subsidizing. So they'll probably go into more of that when we talk about the fees. Okay, thank you.
All right. Tom?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Doug again when he asked about the gates and requesting input. For members of this community, the work of this board is done in committees. I've said this before. You're all invited to the Security and Community Access Committee meetings to give your input about any gate or security issue. Please come to the meetings, get involved, give us your input. That's where we discuss all of these issues. And then we make recommendations to this full board based upon the input and the work of the committee. So please attend committees. You can find out when and where that's put out, it's published, it's not hidden. Please come to the committee meetings and give us your input. We're asking for it. Thank you.
All right, Beth?
I'd like, first of all, to address all the people that talked about the PC Learning Lab. I agree. The figure that Brad gave this morning about number of folks who are on the internet, it's like 2/3 of our citizens are not on and 1/3 are, about that much? The opposite. So we've got 1/3 that we need to train. So what I would like to say to all those people that are talking about that lab, all you out there in TV land, there is a classroom here open to train you to be able to be computer literate, which is especially important in this day and age. There are people there to walk you through each time. You can come to the administration building and go up and use a computer at any time to check your email or do compose something or whatever. Use the computers here. So that really is a valuable tool that we have here. And since we've had such discussion this morning, let's take more advantage of that room. Number two, public needs. We had several people say that we're not aware of what the public needs and what the people needs, and we don't pay attention to that. Tom just referenced that. I need to say that we spend considerable time, effort, caring in meetings and just talking separately about what's best for our community and the people in our community. And where you have a much more voice and more time to voice your needs is to come to the community meetings. So come and tell us what your thoughts are, because decisions are made there and then they come to the GRF for final decisions. So we really need you to be participatory in the process, please. Roberta, changes in our community, and she was also a board as distant from the public, but changes in our community. Why so many changes? One of the big things for so many changes is this community was built in 1960. And boy, I would like to be sitting up here and say, I wish I could look like what I looked like in the 1960s. You know, that would be nice. But things happen over years. And in our community, we've got lots of places that we need to look to address our infrastructure. And that's something that's really, really addressing our needs in this community. We just can't put off the infrastructure anymore. We have to continue to keep up our infrastructure. Thank you.
Director Beckett. Thank you, Mr. President. Several of the residents are asking about the increase in the fees, and including the increase in the transfer fee. And Roberta Burke asked us to explain these fee increases. I think she answered her own question. She said, why does everything have to be done at once? Well, we're all senior citizens. Most of us live on a fixed income. We know that if we overspent our income last year, we're going to have to cut back this year. Well, GRF overspent our income by several $1 million last year. But we didn't cut back this year. In fact, we went even deeper in the hole. Next year, we're going to run in the red again. Carol Moore asked,
That's not true. It's not going in the red.
Carol Moore wants to know about Are we spending the transfer fees properly? Is it legal? I had that same question myself, as she pointed out. This is to ensure the continuation of the amenities and not to build other things. Well, that money's gone now, and we started out with $28 million when we transitioned to self-management. 28 million in our reserves. Next year, we're going to have 9 million. That's one of the reasons we have to raise fees. We've pretty much exhausted all of our savings. I noticed that in the code, it says twice that directors are to be prudent. We're to act as a reasonably prudent person. The word prudent means having due concern for the needs of the future. We're spending our money like there's no tomorrow. We know there's going to be a need for that money someday. We're going to have some kind of disaster, and what are we going to do? We're going to have to go out and borrow it? Another thing, another section of the code, it tells us we have to exercise prudent fiscal management in maintaining the balance in our reserves. Haven't been doing that either. I don't know who's going to be sitting in the seat tomorrow, but I hope that he or she remembers that our duty is to control our spending and to act prudently. Thank you.
I've lost my speaker screen, but I know that Catherine's on it. And I just have to say, Director Beckett represents a minority opinion on this board. And I thank God that he's not running again.
That's mean. That's ugly. John Parker should be impeached.
Only has one more meeting.
Terrible.
I know. Catherine?
Yeah, I understand. I understand the feelings of many of you in the room, and sorry, is that better? I hope. Okay. And I was going to address Roberta, Burke, and Craig, and Darlene, and I know there seems to be a perception that a lot of the money that GRF is spending has been inappropriate. And there are some areas where some of us might agree. But I think overall, the change and the transition that took place, and as most of you or many of you know, I was quite an advocate for it. And I can tell you, if you look back, and people don't have all the records, but when we look at what GRF is charging or passing through to you through the housing mutuals, this year it was $193. I can go back, in 2006 was the last time it was under $200. Prior to this, it was in $216, $223 in 2014, $208. And one of the challenges, and I know a lot of people say, well, I don't need to understand that. But one of the issues that GRF has to do, and with all the housing mutuals, is balance basically the spending for what is required for operations versus what do we need to maintain the community. One of the reasons for increasing the transfer fee, there was comment on that. The transfer fee is used only, is required to be used for the maintenance of the community. We now have
couple years ago, passed a change in the bylaws for GRF. That GRF requires all of the corporate members to vote, which is basically the housing mutual boards, if there is to be any kind of expenditure that is something new, a new facility, a new building, for the exceeding a cost of $500,000, that all the board members will be participating in that decision, which means that all the residents will have an input on that basis. So we're trying to balance between these. And Roberta, I know that the change in fees, some of the things that we're trying to do there with the room rates, and we'll talk about it later, is balancing between those who are using the rooms and the people in the community. And I sat yesterday in a bus meeting. Almost everybody in that bus meeting complaining about services was actually in United, because that's where the older part of our community are. And yet the buses is one of our most expensive amenity, and we provide it to the people. And everybody pays for it, and there's no question on that. So these are the issues that we're trying to deal with and balance it. And so the discussion comes when we talk about room rates. How much should the people using the room pay relative to everybody else that's at home during the same period? And I think that's something that you just logically have to kind of think about a little bit. What's fair? That's a debatable point, and we can talk about that. I think that the other issue of becoming taking more of a city model, I know that Roberta talked about it, and she said, well, the attitude of the board members. I think everybody in this room, and I think all the staff recognize, even though many of them came from municipalities, that running a community of our nature is a very different picture than running a city. There's much more resident involvement. There's much more requirement that we, the boards, and the staff, involve the residents in a lot of the decisions, because everything that is done affects us as opposed to a city. And I think, and for example, the city of Laguna Beach, they have 35,000 people, and their budget is $35 million, and that includes all their police activity and everything else. We have 17,000 people, and our budget is almost $100 million. It's a big difference. And one of the differences are that we now have responsibility relative to Laguna Beach, taking care of your house, all the roofing, the painting of the outside, all the plumbing. We take care of, and as a private community, where we're limited in any borrowing, we don't get any funds from the federal government to fix our sewer systems. We got to pay for our sewer systems ourselves. We got to pay for the plumbing that goes in the houses. And we're all paying that. And that is one of the things that we all gain from it, but it is a challenge for all of us to say, we don't recognize what's happening to others when they have a water leak and we have to fix it for them because it didn't happen to them. And that's where a lot of our cost goes. That's why, if you look at our next year's budget, we're increasing the number of people that are going to be in the maintenance area. Okay? We're increasing, we're actually just going to be recovering from what has happened through us in landscaping. So when you take a look at the whole picture, and that's what I'm trying to present to you, that it's not easy to get the right balance. And I think that every one of you, and many of you may have served on HOA boards elsewhere or have served on governmental boards or even nonprofit boards. It's not always easy to make a decision that makes it easy for everybody. And that's what we're trying to do. I tried to point out now, relative to and I'm concerned with what John just said. And I'll admit, John and I have very different opinions when it comes to what our reserve situation is. And he and I have talked privately about it. He claims that that we're spending our reserves improperly. I disagree. And when you take a look at what our reserves are, yes, the reserves for GRF was close to 30 million before we paid off Clubhouse 2. You got to remember that in the reserves, when they're presented financially, it doesn't show, it shows the amount of money you may have, but if you haven't paid any bills, you've got commitments against that. And that's one of the things our auditors make sure of when we get audited each year, is that the reserves themselves have been appropriately, not only appropriately handled, but that we have accounted appropriately in those reserves. We have identified the future investments, the future programs, that maintenance programs or whatever they're going to be, that we have the funds allocated, even though the balance may show higher. Is it money that's available to spend? No. Right now, our budget for next year is showing the reserve funds opening up this year. Admittedly, the beginning balance is going to be 22 million. We will be spending out of reserves $12 million, and we will be bringing in about 7 or 8 million. So we'll have a balance of 15 million. If you look at the budget and the curve that the GRF board has followed and is reported by the auditors, is that we set a floor of not less than $6.5, $7 million. So we're above the floor. But the money that's being spent is actually mostly for maintenance. We're going to be spending money, as Brad mentioned, this year, just on the swimming pools. We got the swimming pools that are going to be during the end of the, through the last quarter. They're all going to be maintained. So we're trying to make sure that everybody is involved. The Clubhouse 3 or the Performing Arts Center thing there's some work that had to be done there that was required to meet code. We have some that Performing Arts Center, and particularly the backstage stuff, didn't even meet the current code requirements of California. So we're spending money to bring stuff into code compliance. What are we going to do going forward? That hasn't been decided. There are discussions, and people who use that facility are having discussions. And Tony Dower brought up, he's concerned about what he thinks might happen to
Catherine,
Yeah.
I've got 5 other people that want to speak.
Okay, I'll stop. I'm going too long. Thank you. I'm just, okay, I just wanted to fill you in. We're trying to make sure that the community fully understands what we're trying to accomplish, where the money is coming from, how it is being controlled. It's not being idly spent. Is there some things that we spent money on that we might not all agree on? Yes, and that happens in every organization. Thank you.
Diane?
I just want to go on record as saying that I disagree with just about everything that Director Beckett had to say, but I don't really feel like I have time here or what I would need to explain it to you, but you certainly are welcome to come to the GRF Finance Committee meetings that meet every other month, where there is a lot of detail given, and you do get the financial statements in detail. And the other thing I'd mention is that, yes, we operate under a shared cost policy, but if you'd like a copy of our policy, you should look, it's Resolution 90-12-132, because it is not that every single cost is shared by all of us. There are exceptions to the policy that include things like utilization control, financial support of facilities, and exclusive use. So there are reasons why we charge for some things and we don't charge for others. Like I say, you can go ahead and look at the policy, and that's it for me.
Joan?
I just want to respond to Daphne, I think it is, who mentioned having a possible club event calendar. As you all know, What's Up in the Village is our online general interest response of what's happening in all the clubs, and one can get in on that if you have something that's of general interest to the entire village. Club News in the Globe, of course, handles all our current events. I think it's a good idea if we can work out something to have such a calendar, and I'm going to take it up with Heather so that you know.
Okay, Brad, I have you next, but Joanne came later and asked to be before you.
I
Because
apologize.
I
Director
want you to have the
Palmer.
last word.
Director
Well,
Palmer,
I know he as well, so we'll let
Okay,
Brad,
'cause-
Brad will be the last word, so we'll do Joanne and then Richard. Okay.
I actually am going to time myself, so I bear your patience. Like you, Joan, I think that Daphne's idea is really great, and I hope, I often am looking for something to do on a Tuesday afternoon, and it's hard, other than play bridge. And it would be really convenient to have a day-by-day, hour-by-hour thing, and if you have a prototype, go for it, Joan, that would be wonderful. But I really want to address shared cost and the elections. I was dismayed to realize that all of the candidates for the upcoming GRF board election are from Third. And no one from United is running, which is really, I mean, as a board member, I don't think, oh, this is going to be good for Third. But it's a different perspective. I think your neighborhood tells you what your neighbors are saying, and you hear their issues and their comments more readily than you do the whole community, even though we're not a gigantic community. And I wish that some United people would consider seriously running for the next GRF board, and maybe you guys take over it for a while. It would be really good because your perspective is really important. On the other hand, do you realize that today, almost 80% of the speakers are from United? So you guys have ideas, you guys have issues and requests, and you have a vision. Come here and join this board or join your own housing mutual board because you have things to say. You have the time to come here and listen to all of this, and you have good sense. You know what you want, and I urge you and encourage you to consider running for a board and taking an active part in this community. The one thing that I really want to talk about, believe it or not, is Anna Chen. Anna points out that her dance class is booted out of Clubhouse 3 with the room with the mirrors because of Saddleback Emeritus. If you guys remember, I think it was last year at this time, Brad went through hell and high water because he was trying to restrict, the whole board was trying to restrict Saddleback Emeritus's access to our facilities. And that was pretty much we were beaten to a pulp that day. We tried to raise the room rates for non-residents, and we were beaten to a pulp that day. I think Beth and Margaret Klein and I are the old timers, and we lived through that ordeal, and nothing was done. Now we're trying to do some really nominal increase, and you folks object. But as Judith pointed out, the wages keep going up, the utilities keep going up. You have to not come here one day and say, I don't want to do this. Take part in the decision-making because they're hard decisions. Do we tell Saddleback Church you can't meet here anymore unless you pay us $6,000 a day for the room? And therefore, a lot of our residents... and therefore, a lot of our residents don't go to church, at a church that's convenient to them. Do we tell the golfers you can't play golf anymore unless you pay outside rates? They're decisions that every one of us takes very seriously, and you are our neighbors, and we do listen, and you have to ultimately make a decision. And it's really hard, and it's essential. The last thing I want to say under my time limit is John Beckett is a hero of mine, not because I agree with what he says, but because he has the courage to say it. Despite, no. And you could be another John Beckett. You can sit on this board and say, no, the Cat Club deserves this, or the Harmonaires deserve that. You have an opportunity to do it, and step up to the plate and let us throw tomatoes at you. Thank you.
Richard?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to talk about the expenses and comments from Roberta, Carol Moore, Greg, and Darlene Backus. 6 years ago, I first got on the GRF board. The old board was a total disaster. They were going to start a $19 million project on 2 buildings that we never needed. They took out a $10 million loan, which we never needed, and that was the start. That was, so our board after that time just canceled all that stuff. But let's go a little further. When we were operating under PCM, they avoided any construction. They let everything go to pot. I remember I was on Third Mutual at the time, and then they just never let anything happen. So I feel that this new governance organization under Brad has been a real blessing for our community, because what he's doing is trying to offset all the stuff that PCM didn't do. And there is a lot of it, like Clubhouse 1, 3, and 4. These are things that should have been taken care of a long time ago, but never did. Clubhouse 2, which we finally finished, was never touched by PCM, never. We saw stuff in construction there that I don't know how it passed the building code. They were like a 4x4 holding up the roof. I mean, it's impossible. So, and then now we have all this new salary increases. You can't operate without facing reality. Anyway, that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Before I let Brad have the final word, Daphne Davids, I think, had some terrific ideas. And one of the things that we've been talking about is having large screen TVs in all the clubhouses and various places in the community. And that would be a perfect place to have her daily calendar that she's suggesting. And to the people that were concerned about gates 10 and 11, in the 2018 budget, we are dealing with gates 1 through 4, 14, 7, 8, and 9. We purposely are not dealing with gates 10 and 11 or gate 12, because what we're doing is we're hiring a consultant to study those 2 gates. We have had the courtesy of listening to you for several hours. I hope you afford me the same courtesy. The reason those gates have complications, there's land ownership issues, there's right-of-way issues, they're quite complicated. And so rather than jump into it, those will be studied thoroughly. And nothing is done behind closed doors. Those will all occur in committee meetings. There will be a request for proposals to hire the person who does the study for those 2 gates. So that's what's happening with that. Now, Brad.
Yeah, just with all due respect to Director Beckett, I feel compelled to correct the record on 2016 financials. The GRF budget was 1.8 million under budget. Under budget. Those funds, rather than being put in reserves, were given back to the residents through lower assessments in 2017. So I want to be very, very clear, and both mutuals were well under budget as well. Obviously, it's my first year here. I have an interest in getting the record straight on my financial performance during that first year, and it was all in the black. And so I anticipate this year to be we won't have that kind of reserve. We're just doing too much, but we'll spend within the amounts that you've allocated. I do also need to point out your 30-year plan, which is your plan, the community's plan for improvements, calls for GRF to spend $12.5 million next year on improvements, mainly maintenance. What did you budget? $8.5 million. So you budgeted $4 million less than your 30-year plan dictates. So what does that mean? Are we going to do less stuff? No, it really means we have a lot of small stuff to do, and we can't do any more than that successfully. The only big items in next year's budget are the gate arms. You take those out, and you're talking about pools and bathrooms and dry rot and basic maintenance things in the community. That's what we're talking. Nothing spectacular, no fantastical big Taj Mahal development, maintenance. Taking care of the stuff that was never taken care of here before. A few months ago, I'll just use this as an illustration, we tinted Clubhouse 4 for the first time. Not the first time since I've been here, the first time since its existence. A wooden structure not termited for 45 years. That's the kind of neglect we're talking about. You can imagine what it looks like behind the exterior. We've repaired that as well. Those are the kinds of things that have to be taken care of here. That's what's in the budget for next year, taking care of things that haven't been taken care of. So I think it's important for you to get the truth here, and you will always get the truth from me, whether you like it or not, and maybe to a fault. But I do want to reemphasize once again what Catherine said. Your GRF assessments this year are lower than they've been since 2006. They're not going through the roof. Nothing's going crazy here. Will they go up in the long term? Yeah, probably. With CPI, things could get more expensive every year. But basically, you're paying for maintenance. That is mostly what the change in the transfer fee is going to pay for as well. Clubhouse 1, Clubhouse 3, Clubhouse 4, Clubhouse 5, they're old clubhouses that have not been maintained well, that have a lot of deficiencies. They have to be fixed up or they're going to fall down. And so that's what we're talking about.
All right, thank you, Brad. So the next item on our agenda, I'm sorry, Ray, I didn't see you on the speaker's list. You didn't press that button?
Right, I'm going to. I did press it.
All right, go.
I'm not going to be repetitive of what has been said by many of you before. I will speak of one item. It's been said, third is going to be the full mutual. I've been on third twice. I've been on GRF twice, and I'm back again. I live in a community. I vote for the community. And I've had all of these times on here, so apparently some of us who vote for the community must have done something right. Consider it. We do consider everybody. Thank you.
Well, I pointed out the fact that it would be an all-third board, hopefully to encourage some people in United from, instead of sitting back, and you only had 4 candidates for 4 positions for your board. And I know there's a lot of people that have a lot of great ideas and good background and experience, but they've just chosen to sit back. And United's going to need that kind of participation. And I don't think that GRF boards are provincial. In other words, once you're on this board, you're looking at the total community. You're not looking at only what interests you are mutual, because we deal with totally different issues. So, but I would encourage United, you're going to see the consequences of lack of candidates. Okay, we are now, as we agreed upon on our agenda, we are now going to item 13D, and the secretary will read the resolution.
Room reservation pricing policy. Whereas, according to Resolution 9012132, which imposes guidelines for shared costs and fees, certain fees can be imposed upon users of various recreational facilities in order to control crowding and minimize overusage and to recover operating costs. And whereas the Board of Directors desires to follow a pricing policy to prescribe the cost basis for determining room rental fees, now therefore be it resolved November 7th, 2017, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the following policy. Room reservation fee. 1. An equal hourly rate will be applied for private party, club, and church religious reservations. 2. A residential room reservation fee shall be charged for the amount of time required for the use of a reservable room, beginning with a 2-hour minimum and increasing in hourly increments thereafter, with large ballrooms and main lounges requiring a 4-hour minimum. 3. A setup fee shall be charged for the time blocked out prior to and/or after each reservation necessary to prepare, clean up the room, during which the room is not available to other users. 4, the reservation and setup fees shall be based on the estimated hourly cost of each reservable room, rounded up to the nearest dollar, and will be adjusted annually on the basis of annual operational costs, capital costs, reservable hours, and a percentage to be shared by the community at large. 5, the percentage shall be shared by the community at large to maintain an equitable and reasonable division between the user, and the monthly assessment shall be 75% for all rooms. The charge for the Performing Arts Center Auditorium, 6, the charge for the Performing Arts Center Auditorium event with admission shall be a flat fee of $395 a day. Reservation exception rates. A rate that is different than the resident rate shall apply to all room reservations that meet the criteria for the exception rate as defined in the GRF Recreation Division policy. This rate shall be applied as follows. 1, an exception room rate reservation fee shall be charged for the amount of time required for the use of a reservable room, beginning with a 2-hour minimum and increasing in hourly increments thereafter. In the case of the Performing Arts Center, number 2, thank you. In case of the Performing Arts Center, the exception rate room reservation fee shall be on a daily basis. 3, a setup fee shall be charged for the time blocked out prior to and/or after each reservation necessary to prepare, clean up the room, during which the room is not available to other users. 4, the exception rate, room reservation fee, and setup fee shall be based on the lowest hourly rental fee charged for similar facilities outside of the village, but in the local area, discounted by 50% and rounded up to the nearest dollar. For Performing Arts Center Auditorium, the exception rate shall be based on the lowest daily per-seat rental fee charged for similar facilities outside of the village, but in the local area, discounted by 50% and rounded up to the nearest dollar. The exception rate room reservation fees will be adjusted periodically on the basis of changes in the external rental fees and the percentage discount and reflected on the fee schedule. Resolve further that this policy shall be effective January 1st, 2018, at which time Resolution 901070, adopted September 7th, 2010, and Resolution 901094, adopted November 2nd, 2010, and Resolution 9013-44, adopted May 7th, 2013, are hereby superseded and canceled to the extent that they differ, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of this corporation to carry out this resolution. I will move this resolution.
All right, it was moved by Director DiLorenzo and seconded by Director Perrick. Now, the way this works is we have now moved the resolution. Do we need to vote? No. So, so the board will now discuss this resolution. When the board discussion is finished, that's when we will have input from the audience. So board first, then the audience. And we already have your speaker cards on this issue. The other thing is you can speak once, and it is not a dialogue. We'll hear what you have to say, but it's not a rebuttal situation. Now I'd like to ask Brad Hudson to give the staff report on this issue.
Yeah, I think it's pretty self-explanatory, and I will be brief. Currently, the cost, if you rent a room, you pay 10% of the cost, and the community, those not using the room, pay 90% of the cost. The proposal here would change that from the folks using the room would pay 25% of the cost, and the community not using the room would pay 75%. Still a pretty good bargain, but not the same deal that we have currently. So, well, why would we do such a thing? I guess that's the question. And it's been talked about, many of you have been on this committee, and I've talked to folks who've been on CAC for a decade ago. It's always been talked about that it was too low, and there's been a lot of debate. But here we are once again. And I think one of the things to consider is these facilities are actually being managed and maintained professionally now. And so that costs a little more, and it's reasonable to expect those who are providing the wear and tear on these facilities to contribute some portion, some reasonable portion of their ongoing maintenance and management. I think that's not an unreasonable request. I think also our rooms, it seems like we have a lot of rooms. We do almost 20,000 room reservations a year. It's a pretty big program. It takes a lot of effort. Nonetheless, I can't tell you, actually happened last night. I sat next to a lady, and she was sitting next to her right over there too, and she said, you know, we wanted to have our quilting convention there at Clubhouse 5 and bring all the quilters together and sell some quilts and do some things. And so I called the day after they did rollovers, and I was told, not this year, not next year, not any year, not in Clubhouse 5, because it's all booked up. And that is pretty much the way everything is. Unless you have a rollover or you're a church, you're going to have a real hard time getting a room. And a lot of that is due to excessive booking. You know, I met with, I won't say which churches, but a number of the churches about a year ago, and I pled with them. I said, yeah, you guys are taking up too much space. One church had 400 reservations a year, another had 200, another 300. I said, can you just cut back a little bit so our residents can use the rooms sometimes? And they cut them right back. 100 off here, 50 off there. And so I think what allows that to occur to a certain degree is a ridiculously low price. That you can rent a giant ballroom that holds 500 people for $2 and put 5 people in there. And I see that all the time. All the time. And so I think by raising these rates a little bit, and it's not a big raise, really, it's a couple of bucks here and there. We can differ on that. That some of that excessive booking and overbooking and underutilization, somebody with just a couple of people taking a giant room at a commission, will make more rooms available to the community at large, who is basically locked out of using the rooms because they are pretty much always booked up. And so I think that's very important.
Excuse me, Brad, I would like to ask the people in the audience to show our CEO the courtesy of listening and stop. If you have a discussion that is so important, please do it outside the room. It's not fair to people who are trying to hear. Thank you.
So I think when you look at, and it's a policy issue for this board, I just raised the elements that we've been considering, and as a group at the CAC, at the Finance Committee, at other committee meetings. This has been going on forever, I think. And so really what you're looking at is obviously an appropriate cost allocation between user and non-user, a higher level of service that entails a few more costs that should be split more fairly, we think. And then also looking at the limited availability and controlling demand on some of these facilities so their availability is more assured to the entire community, not just specific groups. And I had met with a lady a while back who had lost a husband, and she wanted to have some space, and she had trouble finding. We found something for her, but if you need a spontaneous room, you are in big trouble. And even if you plan a year in advance, if you don't have a rollover, you could be in big trouble because there's just not any space out there. So, I mean, that's one of the things that we did in terms of, emeritus came up earlier. And now, I've heard people say, oh, you got rid of emeritus. No, we went from like 96 classes to 91 classes, and we pulled the fitness classes inside. Why do we do that? So residents could use that, not non-residents. Very important. And then we changed some timing of things on other classes to make it easier for residents to participate. So I would say this is a similar sort of thing where we're trying to reorder the use of these facilities and their booking in a way that's more fair, as well as a cost allocation that is still a heck of a bargain for clubs and residents, but also recognizes that many residents don't use these facilities, and how much should they pay? I think that's important as well. So with that, I would entertain any questions the board has at your pleasure.
All right, Beth?
There are a couple of things that really stand out, and the biggest thing that just really is amazing is what Brad said in his very first statement. And now we're talking about the large rooms, right? So there's a bigger jump in the large rooms. Why did we have this bigger jump? What is happening? Well, because there was such a small fee paid before. When you think about it, the clubs that use the main rooms, the ballrooms, et cetera, are paying 10% of what it costs to have that room during that time. And all of the people, the rest of the people in the community are paying 90%. So when you look at it, if we're talking about what's fair, then if we go to what we are proposing to go to, that 25% of the cost of that room would be paid by the people who are enjoying the room, and 75% of the cost of that room would be paid by everybody else out there. So shared cost and fair, I think it's really, really reasonable. And the second thing is keeping in mind the cost of setting up rooms and tearing them down again, and the cost that we have to pay the people to do that, and the upkeep of that room. That's another reason for having to raise rates. Thank you.
All right, Richard?
I sort of object to the increase because 25% is fine, but also the basic price went up too. So you're talking about more than 25%. And I rent a room in Clubhouse 7, and we're talking about a 2.5%, 2.5 times increase, which I think is pretty high. Now, I know we have a lot more expenses, we have more salaries and stuff like that, but I think it's the shock of this 2.5 times on the larger rooms that are really, that really get to me. And I'm hoping that we can somehow compromise and not do baby steps, because baby steps would be too minor. I think maybe a 50% decrease from the original increase. So what I'm suggesting is that some compromise must be made to lower the fees this year, and maybe next year increase it again until we get to the level where it's acceptable to everyone. Now, I know the biggest increase is in Clubhouse 5, and I know that's in a big demand, but it's also...
Excuse me, Richard. People, please, you're going to have your opportunity to speak. And Richard is actually supporting most of your viewpoints. You might as well listen to what he has to say.
So I
Richard,
think.
talk into the mic, please.
One particular club.
Richard, they're having difficulty hearing you. Can you talk into the mic, please?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. The one club that I really enjoy is the Comedy Club, and they are a tremendous increase. Not only that, but I am. You don't want to eat it?
Right into it.
This is different.
No, you're good.
Okay, so I'll let them talk about it, but I feel that they should deserve some reduction because I think their bar costs, they spent about $1,000. And a lot of that profit goes to Sylvester Center with feeding. And so it's for common good for the community. So I just feel that this is a major jump that I know I'm not arguing about the increase, but I just like to see some of the top taken off a little. Thank you.
Are you going to put that in the form of a motion?
Well, I haven't figured out,
Because we have, essentially, we're discussing the resolution.
okay.
And you're,
have a motion on the floor.
and we have a motion on the
What I'd
floor.
like to suggest then is cutting the increase in half and then adding that
That would be an amendment.
to the old fee.
So the
I didn't
motion,
do the math, so I'm not sure what percentage that is.
so you want no increase?
No, I do want an increase.
No, I think
I'm
he's
just
saying
the
to
difference
go
between-
to 17 and a half instead of 25. That would be halfway
Yeah.
between.
12 and a half. 12 and a half. 12 and a half.
That's not halfway. You're already at 10, so halfway between 10 and 25 would be 17 and a half.
No.
All right,
What I'm recommending is the difference between today's charge and this proposed charge by cutting it in half and then adding it to the old charge.
Which is exactly what Brad said. So you take 10% that you currently pay. We were proposing increasing it by 15%, but you're saying increase it only by 7.5. So we would get 10% that we currently pay plus 7.5 is 17.5. That's where Brad got his number.
Yep, that's it.
all right, so we understand that this is Richard's motion. Does Richard's motion have a second?
No, it's an amendment.
No, it's an amendment to, it's a motion, an amendment to a motion, but it's still a motion.
Yeah.
Catherine?
I'll second it.
All right, so it was moved by Director Palmer, seconded by Director Freshley. So now we can have discussion. Beth first, then Richard again?
No, I already, I'm,
Okay,
No.
I've got, right now,
so whoever's after the two of us.
I have Joanne and then Diane.
I am not going to speak on this amendment, therefore I will wait until after we've,
Okay, to the original motion. Okay, Diane?
I don't have the figures because I didn't run any figures on 17.5. But what I want to say, when I've been to the Comedy Club, which is one you happen to mention, they've been in Clubhouse 7 and in I'm sorry. No, but they've been in Clubhouse 5, Clubhouse 5. And there was a comedy club at one point I went to in Clubhouse 7. There was well, in any case, if you're in Clubhouse 7, if you're in Clubhouse 5 and you have, let's see, if you have on a lot of these rooms, we have minimums, right? If you look at the capacity of the room based, like we have over at the recreation office, they have a schedule for all of the rooms, and they tell you how it can be set up and how many people what's the capacity of the room based on the kind of setup that you want. And so what I did is I looked at the capacities. So for example, if we looked at the whole of Clubhouse 5, it's 160 to 360 people that can be in that room, depending on how you configure it. Okay, so if the minimum is it's 160 is so I took half of that. I took just 80. If only 80 people used that room for 4 hours, it would cost them 99 cents per person for 4 hours. Not $4, but $1. You're there for 4 hours, and it costs you per person $1. We don't think that's a really high rate. If the highest ones are Clubhouse 2, if you have only 52 people in the room, it costs $1.25 for 4 hours. The other one that's $1.25 is if you only took part of Clubhouse 5. But they range from 90 cents up to $1.25. I'm sorry, there's actually only 70-some cents. So and for those of you that have this schedule, it's looking at the, I guess that's a blue color. But if we look at, so I think what's happening is that sometimes people are using rooms that are too big for them. And that maybe the idea is that you need to change the room that you're in. With the comedy club, you have a lot of people that attend the shows. At least when I've been, they were. And so it really, when it boils down, I don't know how many average people you have, but if it's only 80 people, like I say, it's down to $1. And so to reduce it even more, I just don't feel like it's necessary. I just feel like what we're trying to accomplish is to get people to use the appropriate room for the appropriate size group that they have, and also to when we keep the room rates so low, so that they're where they are now, there's no incentive for people to do that. And so this is a little bit of an incentive. But again, I don't feel like this is an unreasonable burden, the 25%.
Okay, now we are discussing the amendment to the motion. So, the amendment is to go to 17.5% versus 25%. Okay. So, is there any other director comment on the amendment?
Yeah, in Clubhouse 5, it would amount, instead of $138, it would amount to $90.
Well, if you had Clubhouse 5, the entire facility at maximum capacity, which is 453 people, it would cost 30 cents per person for 4 hours. Total. Okay. So, any further discussion on the amendment? Catherine?
Yes, I supported the amendment, only because at this point, I understand that the whole principle of what we're trying to accomplish. But I think it may be a little bit unfair to try to make the change all at once in 1 year. I think that's the real difference. I don't disagree that it's not a big cost, but it is a cost to a club that has operated on a certain basis with a certain type of budget, and all of a sudden get hit with an enormous change. And really, it only affects the major rooms. I mean, I run the Foreign Policy Association, and our rates are not changing, and so because it's small rooms. There is the argument that we've had, and it was mentioned by Brad, that we have a lot of clubs that have been around for many years. They've lost their members, but they still get the rollover for a large room, and it becomes unavailable to other people, and they don't need a room of that size for the size of their group any longer. And the last couple years, we've had situations where suggestions have been made for people to move to a smaller room, and they've refused. So the question is then, you can't just say you can't have the room. That's not the policy. So how do we encourage then clubs whose membership has changed significantly be willing to move to a different facility if it makes sense. And one of the easiest ways to get most people to change is economic, is if it costs them more. And so that was part of the strategy. I just feel, and I supported Richard's only because I think it's a big jump. I know when it came to the budget, we had only anticipated half the increase. It was just
That's what I
that
was gonna say.
people were trying to make a big change at once. And I think it's still within the budget capability if we go up to 17.5%, but we do have to have that increase. Thank you.
I'm on here to speak to.
Well, when the directors stop talking, that's when the members talk, okay? Judith.
Okay, Catherine's last comment is what I wanted to say is our new budget was precedented on the fact that we were going to raise prices, so I don't know what that'll do to our budget if we don't maintain this increase. The second thing is, while I was powdering my nose, several people were commenting that they did not understand the resolution when we were reading it, that was a bunch of legal jargon and humble jumble. So I'll just call to attention real quick, Roman numeral 1 is self-explanatory. Roman numeral 2 through 6 just explains this chart. So if while you're reading each paragraph, just be looking at your, well, okay, you get the chart on the very next page. Okay, and it just explains that chart. So that will help you understand the resolution as you read it. That's all. Thank you.
13D, 7 of 8. All right. Who wants to talk on the board?
Question. So this is only on the
amendment.
amendment.
It's
So
on
do
the
we vote
amendment.
on the amendment before we open it? That's my question.
No, you have to have the amendment. Discussion on the amendment.
Do we have, but do we have, well, but we have member comments before we vote on the amendment.
Yeah, comments on the amendment, comments on the amendment.
Here's our parliamentarian. All right. So now, there's no further director comment on the amendment. The amendment is to raise the room rate at the 17.5%, not the 25. That's the proposed amendment. So now, those people wishing to speak on that amendment, and we don't have the cards because this is unanticipated. So do we let the order of the people?
I have all the cards, they're all put in.
I think we should probably have them speak on the matter entirely.
Okay.
On the original motion and then the amendment. Otherwise, we'll never make it.
Well, then we have to vote on the amendment first. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's probably the proper way, is for the board to vote on the amendment, and it either goes up or down, and then they can comment on that before you vote on the resolution.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Is everyone comfortable with that we will vote on the amendment? All right, and do we have yes, okay.
I'd like to make one other comment, if I may.
Short.
Yes. Brad, if we raise it 7.5% to 17.5%, is that within the budget you had proposed to us?
Yes, it is.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I took the liberty of reducing that revenue amount in recognition of our previous efforts in this regard and the outstanding advocacy of these devoted club members.
Okay, I'm not seeing a screen. You are. We're voting right now.
Right, I still have Director Beckett, Director Circle.
If you're voting yes, you're supporting the amendment, which means that you're supporting 17.5. If you're voting no, you're not supporting 17.5.
Okay, so Director Beckett is the last director to vote.
On the amendment.
This isn't what I've got, but I'll vote anyway.
It's the amendment.
Well, it doesn't say amendment here. It just says entertain increase.
Well, unfortunately, the way Granicus works, it doesn't shoot the amendment out to you guys, but I did have it up on the screen.
All
Okay.
right, the
By the people that made the motion.
Okay, I'm ready.
Thank you.
Okay, so there are 4 yes, which is in support of the motion, 6 no, so the motion fails. So now we are back to the original motion. And now, since directors have already commented, my next speaker is Mr. Lloyd Silverman.
We have not commented on it. We have, the motion was defeated.
Well, the amendment was defeated.
Sorry, sir, they want to talk first.
Again?
And all but 3 yes, and just kind of.
Okay, and all I have are members, I don't have board members, so,
Well, I was next.
all right, Joanne,
Well,
go.
okay. I'm not going to vote for the resolution as it stands, and I have 3 major objections, which I think will probably not fly all that well. Church and religious reservations, as Brad pointed out, are enormous. 300 and 400 rooms a year in this community for anywhere between 30 and 800 people. A church is by nature a nonprofit, but they take money out of the community, and don't put it back in the community. They take it to wherever the church is. I see no reason why we should ask you and me to underwrite them by 75%. So I think a church should be eliminated as a club by definition in room reservations. The other thing that I object to is the Performing Arts Center for $395 a day. I would take that. I would rent it 365 days a year. I would rent it out to anyone who wanted it, and we would all make a huge amount of money. I can't believe that you actually expect that that's fair and honest. It's insane. I could not subscribe to that. And I don't know why we think it's fair to the community to charge non-residents 50% of what it would cost them to go elsewhere. And we don't include parking. And all other facilities say, in addition to the room rate, you have to pay for parking. I don't think that we should be letting non-residents come in here for 50% of the outside cost. What are we, a do-good organization and not a homeowners association? So I really object to this, and I object, but I think you guys should be paying more too. I mean, this is insane. This is not the big giveaway. Thank you.
So I take it Director De Lorenzo is not supporting the motion, but we are not rewriting based on your comments.
But I think that
So
when I
you're a no,
oppose
you're a
something, I
no.
need to say, yeah.
Well, no, yeah, wonderful, glad you said it. Want to come see you in the Performing Arts Center. Okay, who else would like to speak? I have Richard.
Yeah, I thought that churches pay the exceptional rate.
They don't hear.
Well, then then they're not affected by this schedule. Or this resolution.
Number 1, an
Number 1.
equal hourly rate will be applied for private party, club, and church religious reservations.
Used to.
But you don't cover exceptional rates.
Look, it's up here at the member rate.
Just as a clarification, Saddleback already pays an exception rate. And
Not
so
under the new policy.
they pay it. We have a standing agreement with them. We
They
have an agreement-
voluntarily pay
Yes,
it.
we have an agreement with them.
50%.
50%, not 50% of our cost, but I thought they pay 50% of what the outside fair market value rate
Yes.
is.
There you go.
Okay, we are discussing this resolution, which is quite clear in its wording, and we're not rewriting it today. We're either going to vote for it or vote against it,
You're
okay?
going to vote against it.
All right. Who's next on the board that wants to speak to this motion?
I will.
Okay, Diane?
A couple of things. One is to point out that the 2007 rates were low because, lower than they should have been because when the amounts were computed, they used the net cost instead of the gross cost.
Which makes it look like some things are being raised a greater percentage, and they really aren't because there was an error when the thing was calculated.
And the other is that while this, speaking to what Joanne said, while this may not cover everything that you would like it to cover, or that we might like it to cover, it at least goes in that direction, which is why I am in favor of it.
Beth?
At least it's a step forward with room rental. This has been bantied around. I'd like to pay homage to Margaret Klein and Rosemarie DeLorenzo Dickens.
And Mary Stone.
And Mary Stone, who, and all the others that worked on CAC and room rental through, through at least the last 5 years that I was here, struggling to try to come to some sort of a resolution to make it fair. And this year, the direction that we took was, okay, let's have staff look at it, bring it to a balance of the Finance Committee and the Activities Committee, CAC, to see what we could come up with that was a fair look at room rental. I agree, it's not perfect. And one of the things that I think we need to look at is the church rentals, outside people coming in. Those are two things we need to look at. But at least this is a really good step in the positive toward coming toward something that's fair in room rental, fair to the amount of cost that it is to keep up the room, to use the room, and to all the other people out there in the community that are not using that room. Thank you.
Okay, any further director comments? Because I have a list of speakers
I
that
just have
goes
one.
out the door, and it's noon.
It'll just take me 2 minutes, a minute. You say CAC sets the limit. Well, what about the RV lot? They cut that down from $400 to $300. So you can't tell me that CAC is sacrosanct.
She wasn't saying it was sacrosanct. She said they studied it, and this is what they came up with.
Work combined, a lot of people working on it.
Richard, you made your motion, and it was defeated.
Well,
Here we go. We still have all these
Okay.
members that want to speak.
I just have a quick question.
Well, Catherine
Oh,
is.
sorry.
Yeah, when I was talking earlier, I referred to this issue. And this is one of the, as Beth already related, this is something the boards have been working on for years, of trying to get this thing fair to everybody. And it's debatable. How much should be paid by the whole community versus how much should be paid by the people who are at the function using the room at that time. Admittedly, we're a shared cost community, and so what we're talking about is if somebody is using a room and they have 300 people there, the community has 17,000. You got 12,736 units. So of the 300, maybe you have 200 units being represented. Now the question is, with that room, who should pay the people who are there? Should they pay a little bit more in cost for the maintenance of that room relative to everybody who's staying home? And we've got a lot of people in this community who are more senior or unable to even participate as much as us younger ones do. And how much should they pay for having the maintenance on that room? So those of us who are there are enjoying the time. And so that's the debatable point. And you can, and I bet if I went through this room, we'd have everybody with a different answer. There isn't any one right answer. What you try to come up with is what seems to be the best answer. And that's all we're really trying to achieve here, is one that is balanced. You know, do I agree that it should jump by up to 25%? No, you saw I argued for the amendment. Okay, we lost the amendment. Now we're talking about, is the principle right? And I fundamentally believe that the principle is right in that the people who are using the room need to share and pay a little bit more for the use of the room than those residents who are not there. And that's really what we're talking about. So you have, you know, so my comments are, you know, I will support this only because I didn't get what I wanted, but I will support because the process is right. The concept is right. What we're talking about is what should be the percentage, and that's what it's coming down to. Thank you.
I just want to clarify, in my mind anyway, that we're really voting on the actual room rental rate, not on who pays what. And that's why I wouldn't consider anything other than just the rate itself right now. Adjustments could be made as to who's going to pay the exception rate and who's going to pay the resident rate. We've gone round and round about that, but that's not the point right now. The point is the actual room rate.
Okay. All right, then I think it is Mr. Silverman. Let's see if the third time's the charm.
He left last week. Fell asleep.
Yes, it's been delightful, of course. Well, things are a little confusing. In this paper, for example, they're talking about the facility cost per hour, but we don't know. Oh, we are told that this is a facility cost per hour, and for Clubhouse 7, for example, is $27.04. But you're not talking about the gross cost per hour. Is that correct? The gross cost per hour is not $27, is it? Well, we're basing the interest rate on a percentage of the
Yes.
gross cost.
That would be 25% of our cost.
$39 for Clubhouse 7, $39 equals 25% of our cost, except it does include a setup fee. So the per dollar, $7 per hour represents 25% of our cost.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
So, and is that going to remain at $7 per hour?
In 2017, it was $3, and in 2018, it's $7.
I see, okay. Well, I'm, as I said before, an enthusiast of the ballroom dance clubs and all the other clubs that sponsor ball dancing, which includes TGIF and California Club and so on. So a very large number of people use the large rooms. Okay, but the large rooms, if you talk about Clubhouse 5 housing 450 people, that's true for the California Club. But for the dance clubs, nothing like that because you're talking about filling the whole room with people for sitting. Whereas with the dance clubs, we need the space for dancing. So you cannot use that kind of arithmetic unless you go out and do what you do in science, which you start with observations and see what's actually happening in those clubs. So there is no way. And the other item is the cost of bands. The dance clubs have to pay for the bands. So there's an added There's cost in there. And so this change could be fairly devastating. We'll have to figure out what the cost per person is for each of these things. And I think that you should dwell on that before passing this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, so next up, we have Andre Torn, and then Joyce Nancy, and then Kathy Kissel. And Andre Torn is up now.
Next.
Can I make a quick comment?
Okay, so then next up is Joyce Nancy, and then Kathy Kissel, and then Carol Bowler.
It's hard to walk. I've been sitting so long. Good morning. My name is Joyce Nancy. I'm the president of the
Joyce, it's actually afternoon.
Oh, dear. I'll have to rewrite my speech. Do I get to start again now?
Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joyce Nancy. I'm the president of the Harmonaires. Thank you for mentioning me, Joanne, and the PEO group. I have owned 429C Avenida Sevilla for 10 years and love the village. There have been increases in the room rentals many years since I have been here, 10 years, but never 3 times. This is absolutely out of line, unheard of, and excessive. What you need to do is on the big rooms, there should be a capacity put on them. You can't rent the room unless there's so many people going to use them. I personally feel that if you raise the rates, you should increase the rates for the outsiders that are renting all of our rooms. Being able to rent the rooms for our clubs is supposed to be one of our amenities that are covered with our monthly fees. All I ask is please, please reconsider the room rental rates and work with the clubs. My PEO group rates for Clubhouse 3, Dining Room 2, will go from 2017 of $10 to $30. We will not be able to afford the increase.
Could you say which clubhouse again?
Pardon?
Could you say your clubhouse again? Clubhouse
Over at Clubhouse 3.
3 dining room, okay.
Dining Room 2, our rental will go from $10 to $30, and we cannot afford the increase. Double increase would be possible and much more reasonable, but 3 times is absolutely not possible and definitely out of line. You're pricing the clubs out of the community. The Harmonaires have had a club here in the village for 40 years. Yes, 40 years. Why do you want to take that away from us? Our room rental rate for the rehearsal room was $468 in 2017. 2018, it would increase to $624. This is a little much. In 2012, we paid $225. In 2017, we paid $468. Our room rental rate has gone up many years. It has been reasonable up to now, but to increase it 3 times is really not acceptable. We would have to decrease our room time and also raise the rates for our member residents due to meet the increases you are asking for. All I ask is please, please reconsider the room rental rates and work with the clubs and the community. Thank you very much. And I have a pass out for each one of the board members.
All right, give it to the.
Everybody already has them.
I was out of the room, so I don't know whether this was mentioned, but it would be helpful if you're talking about a specific group, like the choral group, if you would state which room you typically use and how many people are typically in your group. So if you could add that to your comments, that would be helpful to the board. Thank you. And now, it looks like Kathy Kissel is our next speaker.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Kathy Kissel. I own 3258A. I am the third generation of my family residing here, and I've seen many changes since the late 60s. My great aunt and uncles were joyful spending the final years of their life here. I am here today to express concern over the recent proposed increases in the room rental fees that are charged to organizations like the Harmoniers. The Harmoniers practice in Clubhouse 3, I believe it's dining room number 2. While on the surface it might be seem reasonable to raise our rates, as the cost of operation and the demand for facilities have risen. There are, however, unintended consequences to those increases, and we want you to be aware of those. The Harmoniers is more than a social organization. Like many other groups, a substantial amount of their time and effort goes to raising money to support the community. One of the most important activities they do is provide deserving college students with scholarships. In order to do this, they sing out at retirement homes, the senior center, community centers, which is used to pay the pianist and the room rental to Laguna Woods. The Harmoniers provide scholarships to UCI music students of the Claire Trevor School of Arts. The students from UCI look forward to these scholarships all year long. The scholarships have helped them with music lessons, tuition, and other expenses too numerous to mention. As you know, the proposed increase in the rental rates that they pay for facilities will effectively wipe out this entire scholarship fund. More importantly, because many of the members are on fixed incomes, the increase limits our ability to attract new numbers. In spite of the founders of Laguna Woods, we are committed to providing activities that benefit our residents either as a direct participant or as members of the audience enjoying our singing. It appears recently more and more of our facilities are offered for rent to groups outside of Laguna Woods. We recognize that this is an important source of income. We do not feel it should impact the cost that we must pay for the same facilities. We hope you will consider the circumstances. Please help us to help our community and continue to serve it by applying more affordable fees for the use of our facilities to clubs like ours. Thank you again for your time and your service to our community, and please allow us to do the same. Thank you.
Can you repeat the name of your scholarship? Who does that money go to?
It goes to UCI
Claire
students,
Trevor.
the Claire Trevor School of Arts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
She didn't say. How many people in your group when you use the room?
I believe it's over 20.
And a factoid, Claire Trevor was an actress, and she's the mother of Donald Bren.
Thank you. I like that trivia.
So Carol Bowler is up next, or Bull, however you would pronounce that. And then we would have Lynn Jarrett and John Lessek.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Bowler, 5512A, and I am the co-president of the Reformed Temple of Laguna Woods. We are not a satellite of any other outside house of worship. We are a congregation of almost 400 people, and we are most grateful to the village for permitting us to operate within our walls. We are a close religious organization and most active. And we know that most of our members are affiliated and involved because we are able to operate within the village. We operate under tight financial capabilities. We are not a wealthy temple. We charge our members substantial annual dues, which mostly goes to pay our rabbi, our cantorial soloist, and our choir director, all of whom work with us throughout the year. We recently raised our dues and lost several members who couldn't afford the increase. We are different than most other groups in the village who meet monthly. For example, we meet weekly for Sabbath services on Friday night in the main lounge of Clubhouse One. Brad and Lori know who we are and have visited our services and see that we attract somewhere between 75 to 200 to 250 plus. And as many rooms as we use, we do not book rooms that are not appropriate for the number of people that we expect to bring into those particular activities. While we hold many other events in the village and rent many rooms, I want to focus particularly on Clubhouse One and our weekly services. Your proposed increase raises our rent from approximately $2,000, where we are right now, to over $2,800 annually. This is not an increase that we can pass on to our members. It's not about a $5 or a $10 increase per year for our members. This will seriously affect our operation. In fact, we would say that it is catastrophic if this goes into effect. This is not what we would call a minimal raise. So we ask you to reconsider the change in policy, and we ask you to consider the percentage increase, or in the case of larger rooms, imposing a not-to-exceed figure that would be fair to those of us who use the larger rooms and use them within the requirements of the village, meaning that we fill them appropriately and consistently. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Lynn Jarrett, then John Lessick, and then Frida Gorlick.
Good afternoon, Lynn Jarrett, 40101C. I'm here to talk on behalf of two different clubs. One is the Gardenville Association. We have about 100 in third. We have about 100 building captains, co-captains. We try to maintain the 3-story buildings, work with third board, give the residents guidelines to work with. We have no dues, we have no income. So we try to get our residents to provide us with some funds by begging every couple years to get money to pay our rent and to make copies for our residents. Just a little small increase for the Gardenville is going to be hurtful. But the other club I want to talk on behalf of is the Nifties. The Nifties Club, we have about 280 members, and at our meetings, we have about 250 people that come. One of the biggest things we do is not only the social interaction of our residents and our club members, but we do provide money to charities. So we raise money during the year to give money to charities, and that's the Sylvester Foundation and the Laguna Woods Foundation. And we also have a scholarship we give out to one of the students, a needy and worthy student at Laguna Hills High. If we had our room rent tripled or even doubled, it's really going to hurt our club. Our club is like a lot of the other social clubs who also are very social and do charity fundraising. We charge about $20 a year per member for dues. We really don't make any money over and above what we give out. So I don't know how we're going to be able to sustain ourselves. We're just like some of the other social clubs. So I'm here to ask you to please reconsider this resolution. Thank you very much.
Up next, John Lessick, then Frida Gorlick, and then Martina Mangan.
I'm John Lesick,
4021B, and I'm president of the Rock and Rollers. We've had a very successful year. We're in Clubhouse 2, the main ballroom, Sequoia, and we're getting 250 people dancing once a month. So we have been forced to move to Clubhouse 5. We are now paying about $500 a year. We will be paying $2,500 a year. Now, I know if we were in Clubhouse 5, it would just be a 300% increase, which we should have voted on the 17 and a half, or spoke about it before you voted. Thousands of villagers are in these clubs. In Clubhouse 5, you have California Club with 500 members, Comedy Club, New Jersey Club, all these clubs, and they don't overlap. Some of the dance clubs do, but I go to New York Club to see an entertainment, and I don't know anyone in there. The Boomers, 600 people sometimes get in there. So you're talking about thousands, not just a small percent using these main rooms. Please don't go 300%. That's unconscionable. We give donations to the foundation, to Sunshine's Performance, which gives donations. They're not going to get it with this kind of an increase. So I just recall how the drug manufacturer raised its rates like 300%, and Congress fell on them. So please, there are petitions going on in how much time have I got? No, a lot. At New Jersey, at California, at TGIF against this. So I know you need more money. And he says at 17.5% it's in the budget. So please don't go to the tripling of these things. Go up $1 on the small ones. You mean you can set up dining room 2 at Clubhouse 2 for $3? I don't think so. Thank you.
So we have Frida Garlick, Martina Mangan, and then Jean Janowski.
Good afternoon, GRF Board, and I want to thank you for all the time you are involved in trying to help our community and effort. And I want to especially thank Director John Beckett for all his work he had done on the AED implementation. A lot of time, and all the GRF Board members who supported this. I am president of 2 clubs, Tuesday International Folk Dance and Nutrition Club. Our folk dance club is held in Clubhouse 1 Main Lounge. We are one of the smaller clubs. My appearance today is to support all clubs that will be negatively impacted by the GRF proposed triple increase in room rates. Our club went from 720 to 2,800, which our club will not be able to do. And this increase may cause certain clubs to fold. Since my folk dance club was mostly affected because of the smaller numbers, large room rental, need for cushioned wood floor, and inability to dance the 4 hours, I was encouraged to attend CAC meetings, which I attended twice, explaining our circumstances and asking how were these decisions made without club input. During the last CAC meeting, I asked for help in finding another room that met the dance standards with a cushioned floor or wooden floor. After talking with Brian Gruner, head of recreation, he discussed another possibility. I asked GRF CAC members, will you support recreation's effort to locate clubs that are unable to afford your room, increased rates with cushioned floor spaces, reduced fees, and advocate for the Laguna Wood clubs, which are one of the major cornerstones of this community. Thank you.
So up next, Martina Mangan, Jean Janowski, and then Beverly.
Good afternoon. My name is Martina Mangan, and I'm president of the Nifties Club. We meet at Clubhouse 5 in the main lounge, and we usually have between 225, 250 people attending. Increasing the room rate will cause our club a great hardship. We operate on a small profit that we give to local charities. We also give a scholarship out to a local senior. It is too late to raise our membership dues for 2018. Please consider, I'm sorry, but please consider this new rate so that you do not increase it, or our club will have a difficult time functioning. Thank you.
Okay, and up next, Jean Janowski, and then Beverly Generu, and then Barbara Sanchez.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here. I'm Beverly Generu, but Jean Janowski left her talk with me because I'm also an officer of the New Jersey Club, and I hope it's okay if I read what she had to go. Encloses a petition reflecting 150 signatures requesting your reconsideration for the rate of the rental increase, the Clubhouse 5 main room, a nonprofit social club providing camaraderie, interaction, entertainment, and refreshments for our members and guests every month. Our yearly dues are $20 per member, and there's no way we can afford the new rental fee, which represents triple the existing fee. We certainly understand that due to required maintenance and improvements, rental increases would be necessary. However, to triple our rental is beyond excessive. Your purpose is certainly not to remove the activities and pleasures of the village residents, but this is exactly what will result for hundreds of members of Clubhouse 5 if Clubhouse 5 becomes too expensive for the clubs to function. The New Jersey Club is celebrating our 21st birthday, which I have to say is young next to California Club, I think is 50 years, and Chicago's 30 years. And we've maintained an unblemished record in the village since our charter in '96. To increase our yearly dues to $25, as all the clubs will be forced to do, they'll survive. But $25 won't be enough for us to function with a triple rental increase. We're not alone. All the clubs subject to this excessive increase will be faced with a negative response from their members. Ultimately, it will cause a demise of several clubs and extreme disappointment for many village residents. Please reevaluate your decision to the triple rental increase and reduce it to a more realistic amount that we can all live with. We appreciate your consideration in this desperate matter, and I'm going to leave the petitions with you. And I just want to add that while we can buy tickets to Clubhouse 3 to see some wonderful performances, you don't tend to interact socially the way we do at the social clubs. You don't make friends, long-lasting friendships, and that's a big part of what's important to senior citizens, social interaction. Thank you.
How many people are usually in your club meeting?
Who am I talking to? Hi, Diane.
Hi.
We go anywhere from 200 to 350.
Okay.
It depends on what's going on. And the weather is big here, too. Can I speak as me now?
You have 30 seconds.
Well, I'm the next person in line, so.
We were happy to have you read the thing, but I mean, you made the choice to speak for the other person.
Okay.
Are you representing a different
I
organization?
came to talk about the Reformed Temple, and it's real fast.
Well,
All
we've
I
already
wanna
heard
say-
from we heard from the Orthodox. Okay.
I just want to say that we provide a religious forum for people who can't go outside the village, and at a very reasonable cost. And I don't know how we'll function if you increase it that much so suddenly. Thank you.
And again, what room does that operate in and how many people?
Clubhouse 1, and we have around 200 people every Friday night.
Okay.
The other lady said 400 members.
Oh yeah, that's true. But everyone doesn't go to church every
Thank
week.
you.
Okay, so I have Barbara Sanchez, Esther Wright, and Ivan Sonnet Stern.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm actually the president of the Scrabble Club, and I wanted to start by reminding, as many have, the importance of the clubs and how they're highlighted in our brochures, in our advertising, and in our articles. They are the heart of the village, I think. We were signing our contracts this year. They had to be turned in before any of these fee agreements were noted, which means, as someone has mentioned, that with dramatic fee increases, we would have to now let our members either change our schedules, revise our contracts for the year, or dramatically increase our membership or our operating costs. Our particular club operates with about 30-plus people. We're in a dining room 1 in Clubhouse 5. We need that space, however, much like the dancers need space. You cannot play Scrabble in a competitive Scrabble situation if someone is sitting at your elbow playing. So we have people at opposite ends of the table. That's why we have that room. Our room rental rate would be more than doubled in the year ahead. That's a cost that we frankly don't know how we could afford. I would suggest that you continue to explore the cost for people who do one-time rentals. Our club meets weekly, so we've been meeting weekly for 40 years in the village. That expense is much greater for us. And I know it may seem like, well, that's unfair. They come in once, they should be able to do it for a birthday party or a family event. But in actuality, the burden for them for a one-time event is probably less than it is for a club that meets 52 times a year and has been doing so for 40 years in the village. Clubs don't really have an alternative. If we want to continue to operate, we need a place to meet. We can't meet at someone's home. We're a club that's too large to do that. We need a room. I would like the board, again, to consider your priorities. I would guess the cost for the new Performing Arts Center will be very high. Also, they talk about wear and tear of the rooms and maintenance. Those rooms are maintained whether we're in there or not. We're not increasing the cost of that maintenance. And if the cost for the big rooms is running higher, and I understand they are a problem area, I'm trying to talk fast, then I think we maybe need to charge them for a security person or someone to ensure that they're maintaining their contracts, they're not selling space to people outside the community.
And you were Clubhouse 1 Main Lounge?
No, Clubhouse 1, Dining Room 1, Clubhouse 5, Dining Room 1.
And the number of people were?
We have about 30 each time, sometimes more. But as I said, we need to consider use of this.
Clubhouse. Clubhouse.
All right.
5 doesn't have a dining.
Okay, so next we have Esther Wright, and then Ivan Sonnet Stern, and then Frank Frankel.
Got it. One's been turned into. Got it. I didn't think of it as dining room.
Okay,
Okay, room 1. Okay.
so then Ivan, Frank Frankel, and then Egon
Okay, hi.
Garthoffner.
Garden Villa meets there now.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Irvin Stern. I live at 726. My name is Irvin Stern at 726 B Avenida Majorca. And I originally came down here because of the weather and also because of the amenities of the clubs in the area that are very important to our functioning as a community village. And I'm heavily involved with the International Folk Dancers. We use Clubhouse 2. And unfortunately, we only have about, it depends, about 20 to 25 people. But we need, like a room with a soft floor that we don't injure our knees and our feet. And it's hard to find another room outside of Clubhouse 2 because, there aren't that many smaller rooms available. So that's one of the big factors. But but it's also important that we be active because of dementia potential, and to increase our memory and that sort of thing is important, and I'm sure you're all aware of that. So, and also we're talking about the huge increase in the rate of the rooms. The projected increase is from 2,000 to 6,000 a year, and increasing it by 300% may really be hard on our membership. So anyway, I'm just hope that we would have more transparency, and I know we have a lot of volunteers here in the community, but we also have a lot of people that are paid. So it would be nice to have a little breakdown on the salaries of the community as well. Thank you.
We can tell them our salaries. Yeah.
Yeah, we make nothing. Yeah, zero.
Frankel.
Good afternoon. I was a lot younger when I came in this morning.
So are we.
So I'll go real fast because I belong to the Nifty's Club, the New York Club, the New Jersey Club, the Reform Temple. So I don't want to repeat everything that's been said. We are in a position where we can't raise dues every year. We raised them a couple of years ago, like you can raise assessments every year. We just can't do that. Speaking just some of the highlights, I often thought the President of the United States and our officials should go food shopping once in a while and then go buy clothing on their own. Now, if you personally got a raise in your food prices and your food shopping and your clothing of 25%, I think you'd be a little upset. I don't know why you can't be more selective. I've had the wonderful opportunity of having family of 200 people in a room and paying $85. I thought it was wonderful because it cost $1,000 outside. Had you charged me $500 or $600, I would have been very happy and saved a lot of money. I can't understand why you can't be more selective, and this has to be across the board. Also, when you talk about expenses, I don't play golf, I don't ride horses, I don't shoot arrows, but I'm sure some of my assessment goes toward that, and frankly, I don't mind. There are things that I enjoy and appreciate that other people don't, and that they pay for. I have a 3-bedroom unit. I think my assessment is the same as someone who has a 1-bedroom unit, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Brad? I think that's insane, but, what can I say? Huh?
Try changing that one.
You know what? I, in all fairness, I wouldn't mind, but I wouldn't mind paying more for my family, renting a room for an occasion, than we have in the past. I think you should be more selective. I feel the same way. I don't want to take up any more time because, like I say, I just go along with what has been said here by other people from the clubs I belong to and from the temple. I do appreciate your time and effort. I really do. I know what it's like. I know the abuse that you take and so forth. I do wish you would take into consideration before your minds are made up of what's being presented to you this morning. Thank you.
Lori, before you call the next speaker, in the interests of time, if someone has already spoken for your organization, maybe you could not speak. And also, if you're speaking for an organization and there are other people in the room that represent that organization, if you just stand up, we'll realize that there's more than one person. It is almost 1 o'clock. This is the first item on our agenda. So that's just a I'm throwing it out there. All right, Lori?
So, excuse me. Next up, we have Egan Gart Goffner, and then Sunshine Ludi, and then Marty Rhodes.
Good afternoon, Egon Garthhoffner, Unit 4008, Unit 3E. Hope this is loud enough. Be nice if it was a little longer. I'm a president of a small club that'll be affected, Clubhouse 6, the main lounge. And I'm also a member of Topic Masters, which will be leaving Clubhouse 6 main lounge because of the increase. But I'm not here to address the increase or say, please, please, please don't do this. I want to just address the larger question of room rents at all. I don't understand that. Every room, every facility in this city was built for and paid for by the past inhabitants, and is being paid for by the current inhabitants. And therefore, it ought to be like one of those Club Meds across the way where you can use everything if you want to, or nothing, you pay the same fee. I do not understand why we should have to build the rooms and then pay for the various labor costs. I mean, what's a setup cost if somebody's sitting in a chair and you ask them to get up and set up 5 tables in a small room? What does he charge more for doing that? Doesn't make any sense. I can see the real incremental costs if you say, hey, I'm increasing the air conditioning because I have 500 people here, or I'm using lighting which would normally be turned off. But all these other things don't make any sense. And as John Frankel said, we pay for many assessments that we don't use at all. And our small club that I'm president of, German American Club, we take another 20 people if we could get them, but nobody's coming, so that's the limit. And we're not asking for a big room or anything. And I think you can control the size of the groups that go into various rooms in a different way other than ask them to spend more money. So I think it's a matter of the philosophy. What do you want to do here? And the only reason I bring this up is because it goes to a much larger much larger question, which has already been asked and said, hey, we're going to spend $7 million on Clubhouse 3. Whose idea was that? Is it good for everybody? So that's my main point is I think it is really questionable whether there should be room rents at all. Only incremental cost if you have specific things that are different from the main what the purpose of this community. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sunshine Ludi, and then Jonathan Adler, and then Naomi Epstein.
Sunshine Ludi 3232D. First, I want to thank you all for working so hard. On a job that I could not do. I do not have any talent with political things like you do. My talent is in a totally different area. But I do have to speak on this. I do understand the need to raise fees. Our buildings are old. I do know that. I do understand that. Everybody can look at the chart and know that 10 of the rooms are tripled in rate. 1 room is quadrupled. 4 rooms are doubled or more. 6 rooms are raised by 50 to 60%. And 7 little conference rooms remain the same. Okay, so there we are. Speaking for the 2 clubs that I represent, I have the Alzheimer's OC Club. I mean, what percentage of our population here actually is affected by Alzheimer's? A lot. This club provides good information, meets monthly. If the rates were the same, we would pay $144 for the year, but we're going to have to pay $432 for the year. I also am the president of the Sunshine Performance Club. And as you may or may not know, we do things for the community and for charitable organizations. like the Foundation of Laguna Woods and Alzheimer's. Our rate would have been 156, and it is going to 468. As far as where we meet, the Alzheimer's OC Club meets in Clubhouse 3, Dining Room 2. I'm sorry, 1. And there's usually about 40 to 60 people there. The Sunshine Performance Club meets weekly in the rehearsal room. That room is needed because of the piano and the microphone systems, etc. And we, during the regular part of the year, have maybe 10 to 12 people. During right before performances, we'll have 30 to 40 people. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Jonathan Adler, and then Naomi, and then 839C.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Adler, 382P. What do you want, John?
Lori,
Oh,
start the
sorry.
clock.
Sorry,
That's
sleeping
your
on the
problem.
job. Sorry.
All right, so I'm still, my name
There
is
you
still,
go,
is
Jonathan.
still Jonathan Adler. I still live at 382P. I'm authorized to speak for 2 clubs. One of them has 430 paid members. That's Concerned Citizens of Laguna Woods Village. The other has 405 paid members, Democratic Club of Laguna Woods. I'm also a director of both. I'm a director of also Foreign Policy Association and also of, wait for it, the Roberts Rules Study Club. Let's hear it for the Robert. So I'm authorized to speak really on 3 issues. One, our club, frankly, both clubs, frankly, can afford the increase. They have 1 member meeting a month. They fill to overflowing a main room. They have 1 board meeting a month in a smaller room. Concerned Citizens has a 2nd meeting a month in a main room. We can frankly afford both for those clubs. Our concern, number 1, is the smaller clubs and those that have to meet more often. And secondly, the impact, the effect of our clubs, the attractiveness of the village as a result of them, how they contribute to values, home price values. The other point really has not been raised at all, except 2 speakers ago by the president of the German club, Egon, and it involves higher mathematics, so I'm going to focus on it first. Actually, it's arithmetic, and that is that a percentage is a fraction. The numerator is a simple fixed fee. It's what you're discussing now. The denominator, in this case, is a fiction. It's undefined. It's a black hole. Poured into it, the larger it gets, the smaller the percentage. It makes the 10% and the 25% artificially low because crammed into that denominator, it says right here, are capital costs. And as Egon referred to, the amortized costs of building, improving, and maintaining, perhaps. The numerator of the fraction is the cost, but the denominator should only have the additional, marginal, incremental, extra cost caused by the use of that room. As Brad referred to, capital costs are paid for out of the transfer fee, out of building allocations, and that kind of thing. They should not be paid for and counted twice. Thank you.
So next we have up Naomi Epstein, and then 839C, and then 20Q.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your service. Good afternoon, and thank you for your service. My name is Naomi Epstein, and I am also 839C, so you can tear the other card. I am the membership chair for the Laguna Woods Yacht Club.
we have at the moment 180 members, and we meet once a month, about 50 or 60 people in Clubhouse 3, dining room, I believe it's dining room 1. We maintain a boat. Our members also participate in a variety of social activities, which are held not in clubhouses because we couldn't afford it otherwise, but the increase that is being suggested would force us to increase our dues, and a lot of our members just couldn't afford it. So if such action were to be taken, unfortunately, we would be out. Thank you very much, and we hope that you would consider a lower increase. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, so we have 839C up, and then 20Q, and then 3399A. Is 839C? Oh, okay. Okay, so 20Q. Okay, and then 3399A. And then after that, then we'll start with 3399A, and then we'll go to Cynthia Connors, Bob Barra. Yeah, you're going up first, and then Cynthia Connors, and then Bob Barra.
And
I heard a number of very good arguments. I think Jonathan's was so logical, and to have sat here and listened to arguments which are good, but they aren't appropriate to this particular discussion was very frustrating. I respect your opinions. Some are different. That's fine. I don't have any problem with that. We like to have different opinions. But off we went on an argument for Laguna Beach that we pay for the roofs and they don't. We pay assessments. We're not even the same. That's a different argument. This argument today is based on, my understanding, is you want money. That's the way I understood it, unless I missed something that you wanted more money. And our argument is, why do you need more money? And the argument that I'm getting from others is Gucciism. And I had never seen that, and I thought, ooh, that's a good one. And I think it fits the ticket quite well. The issue that people are bringing, these clubs are wonderful. They contribute so much. There's nothing you can do, shoot off firework, not going to match these clubs. These clubs are tops, and they're doing wonderful things. So the argument is, why do you need more money? And please look at why you need more money. Please don't tell us that we need to fix the sewer lines. We know that. We expect you to do that. That's why we pay the assessments. We're talking about those extra things that we're looking at that weren't in there, those Gucciisms that are causing this problem to be lopsided. And if you'll stick to that, everything you're telling us, these clubs are wonderful. They have reasons they want to go there. Jonathan, I loved what you said. It was right on target. These people need those rooms. And why in the devil we're paying the assessments? We came here, shared cost. We knew they were there, and we wanted to use them. Now we're being nickel and dimed on these little things. And that comes back to the argument. Stay with the argument. Costs. Not to fix things that we know you should have, because we want those fixed. We want things to look nice. Please look at that. Thank you.
Okay, so up next we have Cynthia Connors, Bob Barra, and then Roberta Burke. What's your?
Sorry.
I haven't seen your card.
I'm Cynthia Connors, 3242 3A. I want to thank you for your courtesy and your patience and your fortitude. I know what a long stretch it is to sit up there. I'm here as a concerned resident. I'm also the president of the California Club. We meet monthly in Clubhouse 5 with about 350 members in the main ballroom, and our board meets in the Gravalia room at Clubhouse 2 with about 20 members monthly. I urge you to reconsider this motion because I don't think that the cost of using the rooms should fall on the people who use the rooms. I'm with Carol and with Mr. Adler on shared costs. This decision is not about cutting costs. This decision is about who pays the costs. And either it has to go into the assessments or it has to be paid by the people who use the rooms. I want you to consider the prime purpose here, the ruling principle, which is that we are a community of active seniors. I don't think you should set your income plans to put any disincentive in the way of seniors being active. I think you want to encourage your seniors to get out and do things. And once people come in the door and they're here, it is like Club Med. They can go do anything. There are people who get older and they don't use the clubs, but they do use more of our social services costs. They do use more of our bridge club costs, more of our go to meetings and sit down costs. The clubs provide an enormous service that has no extra cost to the community. You don't have to spend money to rent a mechanical bull if the Country and Western Club wants to put on a hoedown. That is a free cost to the community, and the club is taking care of it. So I encourage you to consider that we market ourselves as an active senior community. I think the clubs are the majority of where the activities come from, and I think you should not put barriers in the way of the seniors using the clubs. I'll stop there, save you the time.
Okay, so up next is Bob Barra, then Roberta Burke, and then Richard Rader. Okay, so if Bob Barra's not here, then we'll hear from Roberta Burke, and then Richard Rader, and then Jodine Tyson.
Roberta Burke, 933B. I think we all have to admit and recognize that the majority of people now moving in.
She does not get 5
Lori.
minutes.
Someone pay attention.
I could do that.
Oh, I know you could. You could do it.
You gave her
the
5
afternoon. I have no doubt.
Thank you.
I think we all have to admit, certainly I'm on the older group side at this point, younger people moving in, but even when I was younger, we all move here for the activities and the clubs that exist. If you can't use sports, you can go to any of these social clubs. If you don't know anyone, these are wonderful places to sit down, talk, and so forth. So I think we all know that without all of the activities, including the clubs, there wouldn't be the knocking on doors so much to get into this community. And I think that we have to recognize that those of us coming in know that there are things we're not going to do. And those people that are not paying for clubs to sit and whatever, knew when they moved in they weren't going to be participating in everything they paid for. The social clubs give mobility, people with mobility and people without mobility, a place to go and socialize. And I think we have to think of them on a higher level than we really do. I think that the thing that bothers me the most, and I'm not here representing any organization, that every time somebody in this community, whether you're talking about renters in rental apartments or you're talking about somebody taking advantage in a club. A few years ago, there were a few people that rented out the rooms under their families' names and then re-rented them and went into business making money. And what happened? PCM didn't try to stop them, and they found out who they were. Instead, all the clubs were turned upside down with all kinds of new regulations, paperwork, and I think if I'm not sure, there was an increase at that time. If it's not money we're doing this for, money in terms of fixing other things other than club rooms and so forth, then it seems to me we're doing the same thing again. We're increasing rooms to stop people who shouldn't be using that size room so that maybe they'll go to a smaller room because it'll be less expensive. Well, why the hell don't we just stop renting the rooms to those people if we know who they are? We have to know how many utilize the room, and they have to take rooms within the range that is suitable for them without taking advantage of other clubs and so forth.
So I'm asking you to think of this not as the money issue, but as the human element issue of people taking advantage and people needing and people not being able to afford. And even if they could afford, it's not a fair system to be raising it. Aware that you need more money. But these kind of increases are hurtful to too many smaller groups. Thank you.
Up next is Richard Rader, then Jodine Tyson, and then Debbie Bloom.
Dick Rader, 270D. I'm going to make an assumption, and hopefully you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but residents and clubs can rent the Performing Arts Center auditorium. If that's correct, if you do pass this resolution today, as pointed out by Joanne DiLorenzo, you are subsidizing outsiders, non-residents, by 50%. Why is that? So you may want to, somebody may want to consider that and come up with a proposed amendment to that. The other thing I would point out is, I wonder what the vote would have been if you had allowed member comments before the vote on the 17.5% amendment. You went too fast. You should have heard the residents first. So what I propose is that somebody on the board, if they're of a mind and they want to proceed with it today, they might want to come up with an alternative amendment other than the 17.5%, which may be a compromise. Otherwise, it's an up or down vote without a compromise.
Up next is Jodine Tyson, then Debbie Bloom, and then B. Guak.
Good afternoon. And again, thank you all for your service. My name's Jodine Tyson. I live at 119H. I'm a member of the Players Club. And we have bingo the second and third Tuesday of each month in Clubhouse 1 and have usually close to 150 players. And the increase in fees would be devastating. We are a nonprofit group. We give money annually to different community organizations, including the Florence Sylvester Senior Center. And all members just love our community. One of the things I want to address, because a lot of stuff has been said by a lot of people, is I urge you to deny this motion today, readdress it if you talk about amendments or anything else, because it's not equitable the way things are going to be spread out. There have been people who have suggested a reduction for groups that meet on a regular basis as opposed to those that have a one-time function. And even those that have the one-time function support that. I think the way this is addressed should be readdressed to let us all know what the outside groups are paying compared to charter clubs in our community. We have a great community. We have a number of clubs that many residents belong to multiple clubs. There's a lot of spread interest. We've got wonderful classes through Saddleback Emeritus, through the gyms and things like that. It's all part of our community. Don't penalize the people that participate. We all came in here knowing that we had assessment fees. We're going to pay for stuff we don't use. Like others have said, I don't ride horses. Like I'd probably kill myself. I don't play golf. I don't shoot bow and arrows either. I don't paint. But those are the options that are open to everybody here. So don't hurt all of us at that much. I advise you to vote this down, readdress it, and come back. Brad said 17.5% would work within the budget. Let us know what we can do to better address the situation, make those people that come from outside pay more of their costs and not the ones that live here and participate. Thank you.
Up next is Debbie Bloom, and then B. Guak, and then Andre Torn.
Okay, thank you so much for being on the board. I'm the person in the bathroom who said I had no idea what you were talking about. So I really appreciate that you do, because I could never be on this board, so thank you. But I do want to say that I'm involved in many, many, many clubs here. I love Laguna Woods and I love the clubs. But, you know, we, the volunteers who are running the clubs and we, the people who are going to the clubs, we're sort of doing your jobs for you. Because when you advertise how great Laguna Woods is, you always say how many wonderful clubs there are. But you're not doing anything for the clubs, we are. And those clubhouses are ours, they're not yours. Well, if you live here, they're yours, but they're not the board's.
Of course we live here.
Okay, then they're yours too. They're all of ours. Okay, then they're all
Diane,
of ours.
I know you're getting tired. And
point is that
there's
they're
lots of things
all of
I'd like to
ours.
say too.
Okay.
All right.
I'm
Point of
sorry.
order.
They're all
Point
of
of
ours.
order.
They're
Miss-
mine, they're yours.
Ms.
they're
Bloom has
yours.
the floor.
And it just doesn't seem right for you to talk about them as if it's something that only the board has to think about fixing, because it's all of ours, so we should all have a say in fixing them. Now, when I first moved in here, I was shocked by the high homeowner association fee. There's no other senior community with a fee like that. But when I saw all the amenities, I thought, oh, this is worth it. I'm there. I didn't know that in addition, I was going to have to pay to join clubs. Even when I joined them, I had to pay to go to them. And so I'm paying over and over again. And if you add all that to my to my homeowner association fee, I'm paying over $1,000 a month. And that's just too high. And without the clubs, you'd have nothing here. Thank you. Why are you cutting me off? I have 41 minutes. Why'd you cut me off after 41 minutes?
Cut you
like
off.
this?
I was signaling
Oh, I'm sorry.
someone
Then I'll
else in the
continue. Someone
room.
wanted to say.
Chatter away, my dear.
I agree that churches should not be paying the same as what people who live in Laguna Woods pay. And I do think that non-residents should pay more than residents pay. And as other people said, if people choose not to use one activity because they're using another, for example, elderly people use the buses, which I don't use, it's fine. We all in the end are paying for something that we're using here. Thank you.
B. Guac is next.
Hello. Think about this town. Without the clubs, so many diversity clubs, you have a nice building, clubhouses, not many people in and out, what it looks like. I run the small class, 30 members, calligraphy class. The one day, Mr. Tong walked into my class, they're going to raise 300%. Wow. My members, almost half of them, they are debating themselves, can I join next year again? They have to pay more dues. So my class is small, and we're selling artworks in art fairs, and we're collecting, members collecting recycling bottles, and we save the money, and we're serving food, homeless people, Laguna Beach every Saturday. So my class is in jeopardized because of the raising dues. So I want to save my class next year again. And please, I don't know where that idea come from, 300% raising. I don't know whose idea is it. One of you, let me know who put this idea. I'm not going to vote.
Wait, and what room, what
I'm not,
clubhouse?
I'm not going to vote next year again.
What clubhouse?
Clubhouse is 3, Friday, 9 to 12, every Friday. We've been there 3 years.
Clubhouse.
Calligraphy.
Clubhouse. Three,
The
but
brush
much-
stroke.
What room are you in
What room?
exactly? What room are you
2.
in?
Room 2.
Dining room 2?
Yes. 30.
30.
Thank you.
So up next is Andre Torn and then Joey Sims.
And Ms. Sims will be the last speaker on this topic.
Andre Torn, 389Q, and I'll make it quick. I know every one of you, I've worked with every one of you, and I appreciate your work. It's really hard work on GIF board. I know you have your goals, you want to reach your goals, but I'm afraid that we are heading a little bit the wrong direction. Let me explain it. Every business knows there are two ways to balance the budget. You either increase your revenue or you cut your expense. Looking at the statement that what you're saying is that if you don't pass the budget, you will have to cut services. Now, may I ask, is cutting expense out of the question? If we have so many projects, if we can cut maybe 5,000 here, 50,000 there, 100,000 there, we should be able to cover that 300,000 shortfall. That's not really a big budget, big shortfall. And if you really, I'm sure with so many talents on your board, you can figure out an approach and help out to save this $300,000, and that will make every resident happy. Okay. And if you stretch out some of the projects, another approach is to stretch out some projects 1 more years. You will be able to save $300,000. I can guarantee you. So that's another approach. And then have you figured out how to make this organization more efficient and effective? Brett is here. I think he can speak a lot about efficiencies and effective. And if we do that, we will save more money. So that will save us $300,000 easily. Okay. And as far as alternatives, I propose 3 alternatives. I'm sure if you talk to the residents here, they'll provide you more alternatives. So why don't we have a meeting and talk about it and understand what other alternatives we have, not raising the rate increase, but make everybody happy. Okay. I understand there are people that are just resist changes. We propose it and we don't want to make any changes. I think the board needs to speak to the residents and speak for the residents. We are the customers that you serve. We are the shareholders that own this community. So in every sense, we need your help and make decisions for us. If you can speak to us, if you can speak for us, then we will have a much bigger, happy family. Thank you very much.
I must be the headliner.
You're the closer.
I see. Okay. I have 1,882 signatures on a petition. That's how important clubs are to Laguna Woods. I've cut out so much that I've already heard. Let me try to do this. I wish I'd have heard about how it was broken down before today. I never really heard how it was broken down. 1 room, 2 to 3, all that stuff. We need to hear that way before this meeting. And I agree with people that you should have heard us before we heard you. That's the biggest mistake almost that was here today. There are already small activity groups that can't afford clubhouse activities. But right now, most people attending the big clubs are so excited with the clubs, but our fixed incomes are going to force us to figure out which clubs to attend and which not, and that's too bad. I normally pay $53 a month, and now I'm going to pay $168 a month for 10 months, but you're not, I'm not, I got to consider I'm paying 27 an hour for a tech. My bartenders are doing tremendously well in an hour and a half. You get that. We just have so much more expenses than the rent, even though I'm the free comedian. For over 50 years, things have worked here well. Even we've maintained village harmony in spite of management boards and committees. Some people on board right now, I think, are too young and too corporate and too tuned into technology to be oriented and understand the history of the village. Let's try to keep the purpose of our 55 and over senior community. I understood GRF's purpose is to maintain facilities and community areas, not just spend money and fix up the clubhouses and gatehouses, then price the members out of being able to use them. You're advertising on Facebook at our expense that we're an active retirement community. Activity helps our bodies and our minds more than technology does. I understand we need to join the 20th century, but we don't have to do it overnight. And I used to think Jay Leno should come here and see these people jitterbug and dance and play at the sporting events and swim in the pools. That's the best advertisement you could have. And we do it better than most young people. The Comedy Club is really a wonderful club for people. And we have 20 volunteers, and we work our heads off, our butts off. I don't care where you work it off. And we give a lot of money to Meals on Wheels, which is so important to this community. Were you waving to me? What, time's up? Okay, just let me finish with, please communicate with us. And I have one word about Saddleback Church. It's pretty important since we're all studying for our finals.
Mr. Chair, we do have one more that was put in and we didn't catch it. Bob Levy, real quickly. Bob Levy.
This is absolutely the last speaker.
Right.
Bob Levy, I'm the president of the Cribbage Club. We've been here about 30 years. We're in Clubhouse 7. We meet once a week on Fridays from 12 to 4. Our rate is going up 150%. The golf course.
How many people
We have about 45 members.
that attend that come each time?
We have about 32, 33 that meet once a week. The golf course is like 25, 30 acres here. I see that their rate went up 20%, from $11 to $13. Compared to anything outside, that's not reasonable. The mission statement, I think, when they formulated this community, was to have some place that was safe and affordable and stress-free. But when you have a turnout like this, you're creating a lot of stress for us. It's not reasonable. So you compared costs outside the community. If you ride the OC Transit bus, it costs 75 cents for $1. The buses here are free. Why? How about the Bridge Club? I don't see anything in here that the Bridge Club uses our community's Clubhouse 7 days a week. Huge facility. What's their cost? I don't see it on here. Why are you hiding that? Well, it's not on here. They use Clubhouse 7, not just my club. How much do they pay?
They give 100% of the non-resident fees to GRF, and it goes between $60,000 and $70,000 a year.
Yeah.
If you came to me, this is all, nothing is hidden. This is openly discussed in all committee meetings. And we've had the Bridge people in here at different times. I don't want to get into another discussion.
No, I
Finish
think
your comments.
you're changing the mission statement here, and you're creating a lot of stress for people, and it's not reasonable. All we want you to do is to be reasonable. Thank you.
All right. We have a motion on the floor. There's a motion on the floor. Is there any objection to calling the vote? All right. No, we vote. Okay, commence voting.
My screen doesn't have vote on it. I don't have that as an option.
Director Freshley? Okay, I didn't know if it wasn't working or.
Joanne's isn't on.
Oh, I got it.
You got it, okay, good.
I got it now.
We'll just raise everybody's assessment. Who are we waiting for here?
Director Freshley, she's still trying to decide.
Well, you have to do it a different day.
It's not going to pass.
Okay.
Listen to this again.
So everybody has voted, and you're not going to vote yet?
I'll vote. I don't have a screen.
Yay. So I did this. I sort of got it off.
So it's tied.
All right.
I don't have a screen.
You can
voted.
vote for everyone.
You're on there.
She voted for you.
Who voted against it? John. Joe Millivan voted against it?
Okay, I have a screen in front of me that's a speaker screen. Is that an active screen?
And Joan.
Does Judith want to speak? Okay. Okay, Catherine?
Yes, I would, at this point, I would like to make a motion that we allow the room rental rates to increase to 7.5% to fulfill the budget.
Motion's been
requirement.
made and failed in the same meeting, so it has to be a
Well,
different
but you can-
percentage. Has to be a different
It's a
percentage.
different motion, okay?
No,
Then,
you'd have, it's exactly the
17
same
or 18.
motion,
okay,
so
then
you have to alter
7%.
it.
It has to, we increase it 7% in order to fulfill the budget commitments.
All right. But so it's okay at 7.5? It's not against parliamentary procedure that you've
No.
got the same thing twice in the same meeting?
It's a different motion, it's a new motion.
Well, on top of 10.
That's what she means.
John, it wasn't, this is not an amendment, Alex.
It's a new motion.
All right, I'm just checking, because it was my understanding that once a motion was defeated, that you couldn't have the same motion in the same meeting.
Yeah, it's a new motion. It's a new motion, not
All right.
an amended motion.
Okay, so go ahead, Catherine.
Okay, I make a motion in order to fulfill the budget requirements for next year that we have, that the room rental rates increase in accordance with budget, which was 7.5%. To 7%. Oh, to 17.5 from
Right.
10%.
Right.
No, the motion was defeated, so it's a new motion. No? Well, you got different parliamentary procedure people here, folks.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. 18% then. That fulfills our budget requirements.
18. We have a second?
All right.
You seconded it. Catherine moved, you seconded it.
18%.
So who's, okay, we have a motion on the floor. The motion, Catherine Freshly made the motion. It was seconded by
Tom Circle.
Tom Circle. And the motion is to increase the room rate fee from the current 10% to 18% beginning January 1st, 2018. All right. Joan, Ann.
Catherine, the original motion that we have been discussing does not have any percentage in it for resident room reservation fee. How do you want to propose an entirely new resolution, or how do you want to put that into the one that we just voted down? There's no percentage in it.
Yes, well, there is when you look at the documentation behind. So
But
it's,
that's not in the resolution, so my question is, do you want to modify the resolution in some way?
let me see. Yeah, we'll change it, number 5, okay? If you look at resident room reservation fee, Roman numeral 5, the percentage to be shared by the community at large to maintain an equitable and reasonable division between the user and the monthly shall be, instead of 75%, it'll be 70 or 82.
82.
It will be 82% for all rooms.
So you're proposing that the entire resolution remain intact except for that line,
Yes.
which is, shall be 82.5%.
82%.
82. It was
82%, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion? Director Beckett.
I've been informed by a professional parliamentarian that this motion is out of order, so I object to it.
Well, we have.
I guess your parliamentary procedure.
We have our parliamentarian, and we also have our staff. Well, she's not our parliamentarian, but she is our person versed in parliamentary procedure. And I'm not feeling that staff is saying we're doing anything illegal.
No, I think the motion is a separate and distinct motion relative to the resolution and the subject matter as it was posted on a publicly noticed agenda. I think you're in order to act.
It's not a discussion. We have a motion. We're not discussing parliamentary procedure, we're discussing a motion.
Andre, sit down.
Let's serve lunch.
Tom? Well, all right. So, we have a motion. We have a motion that the majority of us feel is legal. And the motion is to go from the current 10% to 18% so that the shared cost is at 82%. So, it's been moved and seconded. So, board discussion. Joanne.
Catherine, if you can eliminate under resident room reservation fee, item 1, and call churches and religious groups not part of this, but they belong to the exception rate. If you just eliminate churches and religious, I can vote for this.
Actually, I'd like to leave my motion with the resolution as it was presented except for the 82%.
Judith.
Robert's Rules of Order, Chapter 10, Renewal of Motions. If a motion is made and disposed of without being adopted and is later allowed to come before the assembly after being made again by any member, is essentially the same connection, and the motion is said to be renewed. Renewal of motions is limited by the basic principle that an assembly cannot be asked to decide the same or substantially the same question twice during one session, except through a motion to reconsider a vote. Yes, or a motion to rescind an action.
This is an entirely different motion.
Joan?
Then I'll make the motion to be a reconsideration of the previous motion.
Reconsider to amend it to 18%.
But there's a motion on the floor. Are you rescinding that motion?
No, she's just,
To pass the
She's
resolution.
withdrawing that motion.
I'm changing it to a reconsideration of the previous motion with an amendment to 82% from the 75%.
You can't do it
The
that way.
the previous motion did not pass, so you can't, what we have to do is rescind that entire motion that we did not pass this resolution. And that's what it says. Okay.
See, in my mind, this is entirely unnecessary. This is an entirely different motion than the previous motion or the previous amended motion. It's completely different. New
No, because
percentage,
this
new motion.
resolution was denied.
I know,
So
well, now it's recommended to be
it
amended.
says we can't do that in the same session.
Yeah. You can amend a resolution in the same.
Well,
same
council's
session.
upstairs. Can we bring them down? They've been sitting up there for 2 hours waiting for us.
no, we call them. They don't automatically show up at a certain time. We call them and tell them how we're doing. We don't have them
Doing
sitting
well.
around staring at the food. Okay, I am willing to abide by the wisdom of our CEO, and
And if not, we'll vote on it next week, next month. We will do it if it turns out to be wrong. We can always do it again next month. But let's assume we're right. He's right, vote for it. Vote on it.
Process, proper process.
everything's an opinion. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Discussion on the motion. 82%. All right. There's no board discussion, and we're not discussing parliamentary procedure, we're discussing the motion.
In a comment on this action, the most important thing to say is the matter has been disposed of, it's off the agenda. The matter cannot come back on the agenda for this session. Judith is correct.
I am a member of Robert's Rules for 6 years.
To readdress a motion of this magnitude, I think
Yeah.
it has to be open for discussion for the community again also. And I think that he's correct. It has to be published. We have to be advised. It's on the agenda. We can come back again next month, but we'll all bring picnic lunches.
All right, we have I just want to end this.
I'll withdraw my motion until next month.
Okay, Catherine has withdrawn her motion, so therefore,
Thank you, Catherine.
this meeting is going into recess and will reconvene after we eat something. I don't know, I'm not going to gulp down my lunch.
2:30.
No,
Please come back at 2:30.
2:30. How long?
Well, like you said.
Yes.
Hey, Lori, how are you? How are you?
Yeah. It's just hot up in the other one.
All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're reconvening the regular open session board meeting, GRF, October 3rd. And if there's anybody in those adjacent rooms, we can consolidate.
I think we've done that.
Okay. All right, I'd like to begin this afternoon. As you know, when we left the room earlier, there was a disagreement on the parliamentary procedure and the legality of what we were doing regarding the room rental rates. Since that time, our attorneys have arrived, and so I'm going to turn it over to Fred to give us his opinion on what we did, what we could do or not do. So, Fred.
All right, making sure this is on. So here's what I understand, is that there was a motion on the 25% for the increase. There was an amendment, or an attempted amendment, to the 17%. The 17 failed, 17.5. The 17.5 failed, and then subsequently the 25 failed. I think maybe the confusion or issue about there not being another motion is that the multiple attempts to amend a single motion is restricted. Okay, but I think that the board is within its proper purview to bring a new motion with a different number. At most, and I usually focus on whomever is challenging Robert's Rules of Order, the basis upon which they would challenge. So I'm trying to imagine what that would be, having not heard it. At most, someone could challenge that. As a technical matter, it would be a motion for reconsideration, which would mean that a participant that voted down the 25% should be a motioning party, and the person who seconds for the subsequent motion. But this is kind of a commonplace thing that happens with HOAs, where they'll take a few cracks at the motion until they get to the one that ultimately finds the board support.
Do you want me to read from?
If you want to.
Okay, just in a motion, if a motion is made and disposed of without being adopted and is later allowed to come before the assembly after made again by any member is essentially the same connection. The motion is said then to be renewed. Renewal of a motion is limited by the basic principles that an assembly cannot be asked to decide the same or subsequently the same question twice during one session, except through a motion to reconsider a vote. So no one asked us to reconsider our vote.
Yes, but I think if you're coming with a motion for something other than the 25% or the 17.5%, then I would view that as a new motion rather than a motion for reconsideration.
And we had a motion at 18%.
Okay.
It was never voted on.
Which I think would be a new motion. That's how I would interpret
The rules restricting renewal of motions do not apply to any motion that was disposed of by being withdrawn. And a motion is a withdrawn becomes as if it had never been made. Okay, that goes on to something else.
Correct.
All right.
So I think to summarize, you can reconsider this, one of the motions, or you can make a new motion.
It has to be a
Those are
new
your
motion.
two options.
We cannot reconsider.
You know, you
Brandon,
can
we
reconsider,
can.
a losing party in the previous vote can ask for reconsideration.
No.
A losing party in
Can I
the
read?
25.
I'll read from the shorter version.
Okay.
If a motion has been either adopted or defeated during a meeting and at least one member who voted on the winning side
correct.
wants to have the vote reconsidered, such a member may make the motion to reconsider.
So that's
So
member
someone
on the
from-
winning side, which
So
means.
on the winning side, so in our case, the 25% was a tie. No, it was
No,
not a tie. So
it was
someone-
defeated, so everyone who voted no was on the winning side.
Correct.
So one of us who voted no.
Could
like
make the
Catherine,
motion to
could-
reconsider
yeah,
it.
Right.
Because I actually think of it in
Same
two
with
ways.
the 17.5.
Yeah, either this is wholesale a new motion, which is unrestricted, or at most, it's a motion for reconsideration. I think if you were targeting something other than the 25, you could treat it like a new motion,
Right.
however.
That's my understanding too.
Yeah.
So if you change it to 18%,
Right.
it's a new motion.
Correct.
Which she tried.
Well, it never got seconded.
So the question is, you want an 18%, 25 or something?
Beth?
I don't know all the right words to say, but I want to move it to 18%.
I second the motion.
So a motion's been made by Director Perrick to raise the room rental fee from the existing 10% to 18%. So the resolution would read 82%
Number 5.
borne by the community and 18% borne by the user. Okay, is everyone clear on the motion?
Yes.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
I'm sorry, John, this is the same resolution that Catherine.
She withdrew
rescinded.
it.
She withdrew it.
Now it's been remade. Okay.
Look at the vote button up here.
I don't have a speaker's request screen.
I have a black screen.
All right, Director Beckett.
There we go. We've lost virtually all of our audience from who was here this morning on that issue. And without their input, I think we're shortchanging them. So I would move that we postpone this 30 days so they'll have proper notice.
We can vote on that. We should vote on postponement for 30 days for or against.
Well, did he make a motion?
Well, there's a motion on the floor right now.
There's a motion on the floor. He just said he thinks we should do that. He's not. Okay. All right, Ray.
I'll deny his request. There are quite a few people here in the audience that were here this morning. We're not hiding anything. These people will be able to report back to all of their group of people, so. We're not from the same group.
It's also on TV.
We're
on TV.
We're on
It
television.
says we're on television.
We're on air. Excuse me, you're out of order. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Board discussion. All right. Okay, I had Ray, you spoke. Judith.
I will vote against this motion only because everybody left that is under the assumption that first resolution was completely knocked down and there's going to be at this time no raises at all, regardless if it's 17 and a half, 18, or 25. So those, I think they will come back and say we were not being transparent. So that's why I don't think we should go forward today with this. But it definitely, we need to raise them, and this does need to be tweaked.
Okay, Catherine.
Yes. I concur with John and with Judith. I know, I got it on, okay, is that I had made the motion that it should be 82%, but I do feel that we need to wait till the next board meeting. We may go through a similar situation we went through this morning. I know it's uncomfortable, but I think it's the right thing to do for the community. We got to be upfront and let everybody who objects sit here, you know, they can stand there and tell us how much they object. And, you know, and part of our role is to listen to it and then make the best decision possible. So in this case, I will vote no currently, even though I support the increase.
Richard?
Yeah, I feel the sentiment of the crowd was to reduce the fee, and we did that just now. So I don't know what the problem would be. And we're doing what they wanted.
Now, most of them wanted us to not increase
Excuse
them
me,
at all.
Judith.
Sorry.
Request to speak? You
Thank
push your
you.
little button, and the button
Oh,
that
I
I
don't
got
have-
pushed was
okay.
Diane.
Okay, thank you. I was too busy up here.
I just thought what Dick said was very interesting, and there were people in the audience who even were saying, because I think you had proposed 17.5%, and they were saying that, yeah, so I think that's a very interesting perspective. I appreciate your comment.
Thank you.
All right, Joanne.
Thank you. I agree with Judith and Catherine and Ray. And if I understood Fred correctly, when we bring it back in November, we can limit the discussion because the discussion has been had, and maybe we don't need to spend 3 hours, and maybe we can limit something. Is that?
Fred did not say that.
No,
If I said, if I understood him correctly.
Yeah, so that was for today, because we've had the form for today, but next month there'll be a new form, new opportunity.
But we can limit the time. Well, we used to limit it to 2 minutes. Yeah, we can say 2 minutes instead of 3.
That's right, we can, you know.
All right, we're out of order, folks. Joan?
If we don't do it today, I'm concerned it still won't be done. I feel that if we get the room rates settled, and since it is, as Richard pointed out, it's something that is wished to lower the increase, I still don't see why we shouldn't go ahead and pass that. And then go ahead and rework the motion with the other problems that you think are there.
Again, this just puts it on the 30-day.
All right. I now have Catherine. All right, Judith?
Yeah, my concern with waiting, I mean, to start over is fine in November, but if we pass it today and say, oh, we're going to go ahead and put the changes later, I've only been a director for 5 years, but I can tell you from history, we never go back and redo it. We say, oh, that's out of our hair, and they move it, and they just forget about it, and it's done. They don't go back and work on it. Yes, it sounds great in theory, like Beth says, and we might plan on doing that, but those of us that are going to be left on the board should know that that doesn't happen. It's not going to happen. That's what I'm afraid of.
Okay, there's nobody else on the screen, so I'm going to talk. First of all, there's not a person sitting up here that is not a member of a club. Most of us are and have been member of several clubs. And in many cases, some of the people sitting here are officers in the clubs. There's no way that this board is anti-club. And the issue of room rates has been a can that has been kicked down the road for at least 5 years that I'm aware of. And I think that if we did truly listen to the people who spoke this morning, they were 100% against the 25% figure. What they were asking for was a reconsideration and a lowering of that amount. If we support this resolution, we have in essence responded to what we heard this morning. We have a couple of board members that do not like the resolution. They don't like the fact that it exempts religious organizations. I'd love to see the board that's going to take that one on. All of a sudden, you're going to be anti-God and atheists and anything else you want to call it. So I think that that is an issue that will probably never be dealt with, despite what individuals may feel. So I'm in favor of the motion. I'm in favor of getting it done today. And it still has a 30-day notice. And when we left the room at lunchtime, we weren't trying to figure out a way to get rid of all the people, and so we'll come back and do what we're going to do when they're gone. We're essentially, what we were doing was being questioned as being legal. We now know that what we're doing is legal. We have our attorney here advising us. So because of all those things, I'm in favor of this motion and I will vote. And I think now, in order to be, we should open it up to members. What? Okay, yes, John, you're on my screen.
Okay, quickly, one more thing. Club dues are coming up. And if they don't have a way to plan for the dues, they wait another month, or in this case, it'll be 2 months. I think it's important that they know that there's going to be an 18% increase now rather than later.
It's not an 18%,
An increase.
10% raise, okay.
Dick Rader, 270D, just so you'll know, many of the clubs have already started to collect the dues. I don't know what percent have paid, but a fair number of people have already started to pay their dues.
389 Q, Andre Torn. I think you're trying to make a decision too fast. You're not announcing the schedules of each.
5 years is not fast.
Okay. Now, where is the schedule for each room? How much does each room cost? What's the impact? Now, what you have is the 25% raise. What does 18% raise mean? Okay, people, how do they know what's the impact? If everybody say, okay, that's acceptable, then you don't have any rejections. But if that number is still too high, okay, people will come and start talking about it. So what I suggest is publish the schedule, wait until the residents evaluate it, and then you may have the support. That's my comment.
Come on, Mary.
Come on up, Mary.
We don't want to spend the night here.
Mary Stone, 356C. I think you have to really consider voting on this today because of the 30-day notice and the fact that the clubs need to get their memberships lined up for the following year. Also, when you refer to the churches and religious groups in that section under resident room reservation fee, the first one there, the churches, if they have to be, they cannot have more than 10% of their congregation non-residents to get the resident fee. So if they have more than 10% non-residents, they pay the exception rate.
Thank you.
Barry King, 3405A. I happen to be president of the New York Club, and we run a little special at the end of the year. Anybody who comes to our club in October who pays for 2018 gets October, November, and December free this year. So they're getting 15 months for paying for 12. So we won't be able to do this unless it's passed. We'll have to postpone it probably till November or December and give them that 3 months. Also, I want to make 2 quick comments. I was wondering if it would be possible to get a clarification, because I'm not sure what this 18% or 17.5% or 25% increase means in real dollars. Right now, for our club to rent Clubhouse 5 on a Wednesday night, we're paying, I believe, $42, and the proposed rate on here is $138. So what would an 18% increase amount to in real dollars? Can we get a clarification of that?
The increase is going to be a little less than half.
Oh,
Or,
okay.
excuse me, a little more than half, pardon me.
No, half of that would be $69. I'm sure it's
No,
more than that.
no, because, again, you had a 150% increase, and now you're backing that down to an 80% increase.
So approximately, what would that 138 come down to? Would it come down to about 90? That's what I'm... 45. Oh, it wouldn't come down to 45.
No.
It's 42 now.
I mean, it's more complicated than that, because each clubhouse cost structure is a little bit different.
Which clubhouse are you using?
It's 5.
I use Clubhouse 5 as an example.
And how much of it? All of it? Or
Yeah, the one that would go from 42 to 138.
Okay, 138. 80.
So it's 42 to 138. So would the new rate be somewhere around $90? That's what I kind of figured. It is. Okay.
There you go.
And just a little quick comment on what Mr. Parker said about the outside religious organizations. I don't think the intent is to be anti-God or anti-religion. I think the intent is to make organizations that aren't based in Laguna Woods to pay a little bit more when they come in and use our facilities. Thank you.
Brad?
Yeah, I did want to clarify that probably our 2 biggest payers are the Bridge Club, and Saddleback Church. And so I just want to make sure that everybody understands. Also want to clarify a little bit on the exception rate, because there seemed to be some confusion there. Outsiders don't get to come in here and rent facilities. That's not what the exception rate is for. I repeat that again. Outsiders cannot come in and rent facilities. The exception rate is if you want to have a wedding for your daughter, then you have to pay the exception rate, because theoretically, most of those people are not going to live here. They're going to be your family and friends who live outside the village. So it's that sort of outside attendance that triggers the exception rate. And just so you know, since you're a Clubhouse 5 guy, under what was proposed here, it would be a little bit less. It was 138, now we're saying 99. Under this proposal, the exception rate for Clubhouse 5 is $1,452. So more than 10 times what you would pay for having an inside event.
And just to backtrack a bit, we started the day with a resolution that was asking the organization to pay 25%, and the community would pick up 75%. Then what we have currently, the community is picking up 90%, the organization is picking up 10%. Where we're at right now is that the community would pick up 82% and the organization would pick up 18%. So it's an increase of 8% over the existing, but it is considerably less than what was proposed initially.
80%, not 8%.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, it's already 10%, so you're adding an additional 8% for 18.
Just an 80% increase. It's not 8%.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, Ray.
Yeah, just something to think about. And again, I'm not being rude or crude to you, but some people have said they have 250 members in their club, 200 members in their club. Think about this. If you say, well, we can't afford to raise our dues. If you were to raise your dues $1 a month per person, 250, that's $250 a month. Think of what it would be for 12 months. And that's not even a dinner. So this is really, in using common sense, and again, I'm not trying to force myself, but you got to think about it in that way. I mean, really, it's got to be, that's an honest way to think about it. Thank you.
Someone said we go 6 clubs.
Excuse me, sir. You are out of order. And Sunshine, I saw you coming up, so.
You went to sleep. How soon can we get a schedule with the new rates on it so that we can know what we're talking about? Thank you.
All right. I am ready to commence voting.
Please restate the motion.
Restate the motion. The motion is to raise the room rental rate to 18% by the user, 82% by the community. And the schedules will be adjusted accordingly based on those percentages. So all those commence voting as soon as we have a voting screen. All right, the motion carries 7-3.
Director Palmer, we did not get a vote for you.
Press your magic button. There we go. Motion carries 8-3. 8 in favor, 3 opposed. Okay. Well, that was like a root canal. The next item on our agenda is, we are now on 13A, which we combined the 11A into 13A. So Joanne?
Thank you. This is additional set-top boxes. Whereas the 2017 approved funding for set-top boxes was accelerated and made available in July of 2016 to meet the increased demand due to the transition to an all-digital cable system and the failure rate of set-top boxes reaching their useful life. And whereas the approved funding in the 2017 reserve expenditures plan will be depleted before the end of the year, and whereas Broadband Services currently has 5,920 digital subscribers and is anticipated to have approximately 6,000 digital subscribers by year end, and whereas an estimated 156 additional set-top boxes are needed to accommodate the anticipated new digital subscribers, and an estimated 215 additional set-top boxes will need to be replaced at the end of their 10-year estimated life when repairs exceed replacement value. Now, therefore, be it resolved, October 3rd, 2017, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby authorizes a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $102,200 supplemental appropriation from the 2018 Equipment Fund to purchase additional set-top boxes, and further, that the agents and officers of this corporation are directed on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution, and also move this one.
All right, it was moved by Director DiLorenzo and seconded by Director Perrick. Discussion? Well, it got pulled by Director Beckett. Director Beckett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I saw some figures in here about, in the second resolution, that we're going to need some, I believe it said 7,000 extra boxes. And I had a question for staff. If a resident has an HD TV, do they need a converter box?
Not unless they want the extra channel.
Yeah, not right now, but if you want to get the full platform, including the digital guide, you're going to need some sort of box. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, the idea here is to get everyone on some sort of box, even if it's, you know, a $5 box, so that they can have a digital guide, and hopefully they'll have a digital TV as well, and receive the signal digitally. If they want to keep their analog TV, you absolutely have to have a box. Or you won't be able to get anything after December, I think it's 3rd of 18. So if you have an analog box or TV, you need a digital to analog converter in order to keep using that after, I believe the date is December 3rd, 2000, yes, December 3rd, 2018.
Lori?
It's actually, he's on 13A, agenda item 13A, page 1 of 4, at the very bottom, where it says, analog users can upgrade to an HD TV with an HDMI cord, but no box, and get 299 channels without a box.
One of the issues is that we, first of all, the reason to get away from analog is to increase our bandwidth, which we can then use for high-speed internet, et cetera. And then the other issue is that we are publishing a printed TV guide, and once everyone has the guide on the television, that is not a necessity, so that cost goes away.
That's correct. I mean, we do have, part of the problem is we still have a lot of analog TVs in the village. Many of them are in, you know, people's second bedroom, and you know, they just are using them. They're plugged directly into the wall for the most part. But so I mean, we thought a more slower implementation schedule would allow for an easier transition for residents. So that's why this kind of prolonged. It almost seems like torture when you read all this. Well, first you're going to take these channels away, and then you're going to take those channels away, and then these channels are going away for analog users. But we felt that was much more sensitive than just saying, okay, on January 1st of 18, you lose everything. At least now they have some time to either get a box or get a new TV.
Okay, I don't see any other Ray.
Somewhere down the line, just recently, I heard something that will answer Mr. Beckett's question, I do believe. There was a situation where after the first of the year, staff is looking into one box that will cover every TV in the residence.
That's correct.
That's been mentioned more than one time. So that will take care of what your question was.
Now-
And I heard that definitely, and Marty's over there saying, yeah, you're right.
No, that's true.
That's the Cadillac. We're talking about the
I
Yugo.
understand.
Yes.
I have two boxes in my house because I have two televisions, but that's the way it is.
I have challenged Chuck to come up with a box for under $5 a month that also has a digital guide. And so that's what they're coming up with. And so for those residents who want to keep their analog, they can get that box at a very cheap price and get the digital guide along with it.
And that's been explained a couple of times
Yeah.
too.
Well, that would require going to meetings and listening. Catherine?
Yeah, in answer for John, if you have a digital television, you don't need to have a box. And, you know, you may not be able to get the Channel 3 rollover guide, but we went through many years, at least in my age, where we never had TV guides to tell us where to watch, and you just scan the channels to decide what you want to watch. And so, you know, you don't have to spend even the $5 unless you want to.
You only had 3 channels though, Catherine. Here you got a couple hundred. It's a little trickier. I remember those days too.
Hey, I still go through the channels.
Okay, Mary Stone?
Mary Stone, 356C. On page 4 of 411A, agenda item 11A, in your now therefore be it resolved paragraph, you say that this would authorize a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $102,200 from the 2018 Equipment Fund. How does that relate to your caveat that you wouldn't be going into the 2018 funds until certain conditions were met? Have those conditions been met? That's my first question.
Is this a 30-day notice item?
No,
Oh.
it's really an early release, though if you prefer.
The caveat is actually being effective.
Is it being effective? Well, I'm just brought that up because.
Yeah, thanks, Mary.
Yeah, you're welcome, but just to show that, you know, that caveat was really not appropriate. Well, maybe it is appropriate in other items, I don't know, but that's just, and you got to understand, I read and listen and remember. The other thing is on 13A, page 3 of 4, in the last column, for the first phase, it talks about remove from system. And it's 13A, 3 of 4.
We're on 11A.
I know, but that was moved together to the two things. Yes, it was.
They're two separate things.
I
and
understand
Director
that,
Beckett,
but as long as I have the microphone, I am just asking a question relating to the broadband, which is what you put the two together to discuss it at the same time, as I recall.
we didn't, we put them to discuss, not concurrently, not simultaneously, but concurrent, but sequentially.
Well, that's not what I understood, and I'm just going to
Well, they're
ask
two totally.
a simple question, please.
Okay,
Sure.
please proceed, Mary.
Thank you. It says remove from system in that last column for phase 1, and then in phase 2, it just talks about move effective. Are you deleting those? Are you removing them? Or are you, you know, is it delete or is it move? Because it says that move effective And that's on phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5. I thought
They're all deletions.
They're all deletions?
Yes.
Okay, just a clarification. And those channels would become, if they are digitally available, would be digital on a different channel?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you recall, we had talked about having some consecutive numbers or channels, and this sort of gets us that through which we can have the bandwidth to power faster internet or your over-the-top services through your new DVR.
Okay, on my speakers list, I have Sunshine Luti.
It actually, I'm sorry, I clicked it too quick. It's all actually Darlene Backus.
Okay, she was there and then it went away.
Oh,
But
Darlene
it's
is up and then you
Sunshine.
Sunshine.
No,
I'm
come on,
sorry.
you're on the screen,
Sorry, I
Darlene.
confused them.
So,
I'm glad you went to lunch. It was.
Darlene Backus, 4023.
it's one of our perks. We actually get a
Well,
lunch
I
on
was
board
able to
day.
go home and dig out the budget books and look back, and I, as a resident, am sick and tired of buying set-top boxes at from 2017 back to 2012. I didn't get all the budget books. They weren't available. I mean, they are available, but I didn't. And we spent $1,047,600 on set-top boxes. This seems to be something that comes up, and we just say, oh, yeah, well, 291,000, sure, we'll do that. 258,000, 150,000. And we don't have that many people. I mean, these things don't wear out. They don't have any moving parts in them. They do?
Oh, yes.
But, well, then we buy them here.
We buy them and we lease them.
Yeah.
We purchase them and we lease them
I know
back.
how it works. I'm aware of that.
And
But I
also-
don't buy a car and then lease it back to myself, and that's what we residents do. We're buying those boxes, and then we have to rent them back.
Well, if you don't feel that this is a benefit to the residents, then you should try what it costs on the outside for our cable services and so on. In addition to that, part of the reason that we were able to increase the speed of our broadband service was because we were able to take some of those funds and devote them to that. So this is a win-win situation. But I believe if you want to go to DirecTV, or there are people that purchase TiVo boxes, that's entirely within your personal purview.
I understand that, but I still have to pay for this service in my association fees.
No,
Is the
that's
reason
not
I do
true.
not do that.
It's practically a refundable item.
When you're buying that extra box, you're getting extra channels.
I'm not going to buy a box. I'm not on that. I'm just saying.
No, I'm just saying, the reason we have that lease arrangement, those of us who, like, I don't get the box because I'm not interested in having the extra channels. If somebody wants to have some of the premium channels, which was HBO and other sports channels.
I understand that. I have.
Okay, and that's why we charged a fee for it, over and above, and instead of insisting that people buy it up front, that's why we started leasing it nearly 10 years ago. And it was an opportunity for the community. Then we would buy them and then lease them out at a monthly rate. And after 2 or 3 years, you essentially have paid enough in rent to liquidate the investment that the community had made for it. And it's become a very attractive thing. That's why we keep buying them, because people move in and they want those extra channels, of which we don't carry as the core distribution.
But now we have them with the new televisions.
No.
No.
No, you don't. The new televisions don't give you a lot of those.
We're talking
special
about digital
channels.
recording devices. Diane?
Just in terms of figures, I don't have Betty here to confirm that there's not something else included in this, but as of the August 31st operating statement, to year-to-date, we have received $1 million in equipment rental income.
Okay.
So just,
I maybe
that was your
just-
question, so.
Okay, but I don't think we should.
Sunshine.
been answered. Thank you.
Okay, Mark Nussbaum.
Yes, I wanted to talk about the additional user fees for the golf course.
We're not on that agenda item.
That was what was on my card.
Sorry, it was a 13C.
That's why it has.
Our mistake, our mistake. All right, I believe we have a motion on the floor. All right, all those, we're going to commence voting. Restate the motion, we're buying boxes.
Did we have a first and a second on that?
Yes, I moved it.
Okay.
And Beth seconded it. And I repeated that. Okay, press your magic buttons.
There we go.
The motion passes. 9 in favor, 1 against. Okay, moving right along, Joanne.
Actually, because he's here, it's a discussion, not a resolution. And earlier this year, the Media and Communications Committee, Mr. Holland, asked that we eliminate all digital channels by January 18th, 2018. Analog. Thank you, analog. And then upon further study, you've determined that that is not something that's going to happen, and instead you've presented us with this schedule. And so this is what we're discussing now.
Right. What we want to really talk about here is the removal of the analog channels. Right now, we're a hybrid type cable plant where we have primarily mostly digital, but a lot of analog. In order for us to move forward with newer technology like whole home DVR and over-the-top services, we need to start removing those analog channels to create the space. What we originally, it was planned to get rid of every single analog channel, to convert all the analog channels in one fell swoop. But once we started looking at the scheduling, the number of boxes that need to be rolled out, it was just too much for staff to be able to bear that all in one lump sum. So we had to phase it out to 3 or 4 different phases for 2018, and then ultimately go into a full digital solution by the end of 2018.
So I would entertain a motion from someone to accept the analog deletion schedule.
Actually, before we do that, John, do we have to, and this is for the people who know, do we have to, since we already have on the books a resolution to end analog programming effective January 2018, do we need to amend, what do we need to do?
Just accept it. It's a phased program.
Well, do we have to take, we've passed a resolution, so we don't care?
You said you're going to do it. This is how you're going to do it.
No, it said we're terminating analog services as of January 2018.
But I think, but,
Okay.
yeah, but here's the deal. The very first phase 1 is January 8th.
Okay,
So
so
this is
then
now our schedule on that resolution.
I can make a resolution to, a motion, excuse me, to incorporate this schedule into the resolution that was passed by this board.
This schedule is not non-compliant with that resolution.
Right, I'm incorporating it into it, okay?
You don't have to.
You don't,
Just accept the phases, because you don't have to incorporate it into the resolution.
yep, I'm getting a nod from the man who gets the big bucks.
Correct. This is just adopting the schedule.
I
Correct.
move that we accept the 2018 analog dropping schedule as presented in attachment
A
1.
little more eloquent would be the analog deletion schedule.
Gosh, thank you. I move that we approve the analog deletion schedule proposed by, what's your title?
Information services. Director.
by Chief
Chuck.
Holland for our 2018 television operations.
And I'm not going to ask you to read that back, Leslie.
You got it?
All right, do we have a, okay.
I
we have a-
seconded, thank you.
All right, the analog deletion schedule has been moved by Director DiLorenzo and seconded by Director Millman. Discussion. Any, Director Beckett?
This is what I was talking about earlier with the HD TVs. It says here under discussion, this is page 13A, page 104. Under discussion, it says there are approximately 5,900 manners in the community that have a digital converter box that would not be impacted by removal of the analog stations. However, 7,000 manners would need to purchase some type of digital converter box. We're assuming that, I think, that all 7,000 of those manners have analog TVs.
That's correct. That's just a rough estimate. If those folks have a high definition HD TV already, they can plug directly into the wall and they'll still get 50 or 60 channels. It's just those folks out there that have an analog TV, effectively, once we remove the analog station, they will not be able to use those TVs unless they purchase a device to do so.
Well, I wanted to talk about those devices while you're here. There's a picture of 1, 2, 3, 4 devices on agenda item 11A, page 3 of 4. Some of these things are called standard, and some are called HD, and some are called standard HD. I thought standard meant standard definition, but we have here a standard HD set-top box.
Those standard, that's the basic set-top box. You would not be able to purchase them. You'd purchase a monthly subscription to rent that box for your analog TV. It'd be the standard set-top box. You'd be able to take that particular box and use it with your analog TV, and it's a monthly subscription fee, a rental fee, excuse me.
But there is an option for those who don't want to rent, isn't that correct?
Not for analog TVs. Once we go to an analog station, they have to have a device.
What about this device?
That's a DTA. Yeah, there is a DTA to do that. Yeah, but along with that box, you're going to also get a digital TV guide, and so that's some additional funds to do so. So we figure the best way to go about doing that is just provide a rental fee for a device like that. So what it includes the digital TV guide and the HD programming that you're going to get.
Well, I've got one of these devices now, and I'm getting a digital TV guide. Are you going to cut that out?
No, not at all. No.
So
No.
it's not necessary to rent a box. You can buy one of these boxes.
Yes, you can. Correct. But there's some licensing fees for the digital TV guide that we want to be able to recover those costs for.
Well, a lot of our members, they don't have any extra money in the monthly budget for these things, and I would hope that we would include this DTA on the list of options because it's a one-time purchase and it's only $42.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely have some consideration, but not just that box alone by itself. It is $40, but to have that box plugged in, there's additional fees that are incurred. One for the digital TV guide and some other programming fees that go along with that. So there's even though you might be able to buy that for $40, there's programming that goes on behind the scenes. It's monthly recurring charges that go along with that box that we've got to be able to pick up the cost for by passing it on to the resident.
So there's not going to be an extra charge to the individual member who
They're not going to
buys
have
a
to
DTA.
if they pick up the monthly subscription fee, they don't have to pay for the box out of pocket, but it's just a monthly subscription fee for them to be able to get the digital converter as well as the digital TV guide.
But as I said, this box it's a one-time purchase.
Mm-hmm.
There's a city tax on there, $2.
Mhm.
Comes to $42.
Right.
And if a person is challenged financially,
Mhm.
they can buy this box, and they can get all the, not the premium channels, but they can get all the channels that are being converted from analog to digital. Is that correct?
This is true, but there's also additional fees that go along with that. Even though you paid $40 for that, there's an additional a few dollars per month for that digital TV guide that you have to pay for. So that's why we were recommended that there is a monthly subscription fee to rent that box to cover the cost.
No, wait a minute. When you say a fee, do you mean a fee to the user who owns this box?
That's correct. It's a monthly fee to use the box, correct? It's a rental fee.
And
But that covers the cost of the device as well as the additional programming that you get, which is the digital TV guide.
well, I have had this box for a year now, and I've never been charged a monthly rental fee.
Yeah, there are some exceptions out there to the rule for folks who, that needed to get a box.
We can calculate those licensing fees for you and back charge you if you don't mind.
Right, right.
Just,
If somebody buys one of these boxes, they're going to be charged a monthly fee for the program guide.
They don't have to buy, I'm saying with this program that we're suggesting, you don't have to buy the DTA, you just pick up the monthly rental fee.
I understand that.
Right.
yeah.
So
I think
it-
the essence, John, is if you buy that box and use that digital guide, we're going to get charged a couple of bucks a month for another user on that license.
Okay, so
That's all it is. And so if you had enough people doing that, then we would have a big license fee without a lot of revenue coming in. So that's the tricky part of that.
So that doesn't come out of the monthly association fees.
Yeah, well, it likely would, ultimately, or revenue from boxes or other things associated with broadband.
Well, I just want to say that this option is available right now, and I recommend it. If you're strapped for cash, it's only $42. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on the analog deletion schedule? Do I have members that want to speak on the analog deletion schedule? All right, all those commence voting.
It's not on their screen. See what you got there. Yeah.
This is the system that the United States Congress used to vote.
Wow. The motion carries unanimously. Wow. Okay, we are now on 13D, no, A. We just did A.
We did A,
We're on B.
13B, member first.
Yes,
Okay.
Joanne?
This is the member first resolution. Whereas a primary purpose of GRF is to provide, maintain, and manage operations for members. Whereas many of the GRF amenities are limited to such a degree that not all members are allowed to participate in various activities. Whereas non-member occupants and guests often utilize these limited amenities to the exclusion of members. Now, therefore, be it resolved, October 3rd, 2017, that RV lots, equestrian facilities, and garden centers and other limited amenities shall first be offered to members prior to any other category of resident. And further resolved that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I'll move this resolution.
It was moved by Director De Lorenzo, seconded by Director Millman. Discussion. Judith?
I have a question for where, now therefore be it resolved. When it says that equestrian center, garden center, and RV lots will be limited first to members prior to other residents like tenants, what happens if, let's say, the list is exhausted and there's an opening and a tenant jumps in there that's on the non-resident or non-owner list? Then do they keep that?
Yeah, we're
forever?
not suggesting that we would take anything away from anyone. We would just offer first
So once they.
to the members.
They have it, they don't get kicked off for Nona.
No.
Okay.
And if you remember, in a compliance issue recently, we have a significant waiting list at the RV center. And so here we had a leasee who had an RV space, and there he was at our compliance meeting for violating the rules of the RV lot, while owner occupants, member owner occupants are on a waiting list. So it seems like the members first policy is fair to our residents, because we, at every one of these facilities mentioned, we have either currently waiting lists or have previously had waiting lists. And it doesn't seem fair to somebody who lives in this community on a permanent basis to be not served first. And that's essentially all this resolution is saying, codifying. I have Director Beckett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard from one of the residents during the break, and I was told that she went to the website, Laguna Woods website, clicked on agendas, and nothing came up until yesterday. So this resolution has not been through a committee, and this is a pretty significant change in our policy. And for that reason, I think I move that we postpone this for 30 days till we can give all of our members the kind of notice we're required to give.
It is going to be postponed.
It has a 30-day postponement.
Look at the bottom of it.
Well, I see it's going to come up again, but we're going to be discussing it today. And I think that we do have an obligation to give 4 days' notice to our members.
I received this on Thursday. So that was the more than 4 days. Okay, Catherine.
Yeah, this is actually for Bob. I get a little confused, because the way our leasing is done, the owner gives up their membership rights when they lease their unit out. And that's why, can we basically say that a lessee is lesser than the membership owner? When the owner of the unit themselves gave up all rights to the amenities in the community when they leased it out. I just want to make sure we don't have a conflict here.
Yeah, I mean, from a legal standpoint, it's just a matter of whether it's a reasonable rule or not. And there are published examples where associations and their rules have differentiated between an owner-member use versus a lessee or tenant-member use. So I think this is within the realm of what is within your authority.
Even though our CC&Rs and things like this very clearly say that the owner gives up all rights.
He doesn't give
Other
up
than
all.
voting rights, they give all rights except for voting rights to the lessee.
Yeah, and in the cases that I'm talking about, because that's actually a commonplace concept in HOA law, is that an owner can delegate their use rights down to a member, and they're